Hello, people of Defend the House, and welcome back to another one of mine and Jamison's annual top game chats. I almost went in and said top 10 games of the year, but that is not exactly true today. And now I've said it, might as well just go straight into it. If you are new to this series, me and Jamison have done this for 11 years. This is our 12th, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
And for the previous 11 years, me and Jamison every year have gone back and forth. We have made a top 10 list each. And yeah, we have just talked about what games we have liked, mostly specifically from the year we just went through. I specifically have been very regimented to that. You have deviated just a little bit, maybe on some weaker years.
Yeah.
So 2024 has come and gone. Quite a while ago now, because we're a little slow to get to things.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to making the 12th annual video, talking about our top games of the year, this video in particular, more than any of them in the past, has been slightly up for debate, whether it was going to happen or what form we wanted to do it in, because just to cut to the chase, didn't really have 10 games from 2024 that I would want to put in a list and talk about in depth. I definitely did play 10 games, but not to be rude to the games that didn't make it onto the list, I don't really want to dive deep into, I don't know, World of Goo 2 and Pepper Grinder and these little things. No disrespect to World of Goo 2 and Pepper Grinder.
Oh yeah, Pepper Grinder.
Yeah, good game. About 2 hours long.
I'm writing that down. I have to add it to my list.
It's cute. It's a cute little game. There you go. Already got a shout out basically in the intro of the video.
Incredible.
Well done, Pepper Grinder. You're the game of the year for 2024.
Yeah, it's also, it was both, this was mutual for both of us. We were both just I don't know. The one thing we did both know was I don't have a top 10 list.
Right.
There's no way I could get to 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, yes, I could, but it would be a very disingenuous thing.
Yes.
And that happens sometimes where we're we got 7, and then, we sneak a couple in there that are kind of I'm not too fussed about these, but, I enjoyed them, and it makes a nice even 10.
Yeah.
But, this was, I got 2, maybe 3? Oh, and by the end of the year, I'm I got 4 that I feel really good about.
For me,
so
the reason why I was interested in a format change for these annual videos is because, say theoretically 2024 was just a weak year for video games, which maybe is up for, debate. We'll talk about that. But for me, it's a bit more personal, and we are going to get into the more personal reasons behind maybe not liking video games as much. I definitely want to talk about that stuff. So I don't know if it's going to change. Even if 2025 was a banger year in video games, I'm just not playing as many of the new release games as I used to. Things have changed, and I wanted to kind of future-proof this format, because if we kept it to top 10 games of the year, we were just going to have this thing every year where I was kind of shoving shovelware at the bottom or making stuff up, etc. So I think the format that we're going to do is actually almost like an evolution. I think it's more interesting, honestly.
Yeah, and like you said, that's not to say that we won't ever do a 10 games again, because
maybe.
It's entirely feasible that there are 10 games by the end of this year that we're I got 10 games. But yeah, we're not going to commit to it for sure. But we are still going to do, before you turn off the podcast and stop listening to us, we do have, I think we've decided on a top 5 for each of us.
Yeah, I got 5.
So we are going to still do the classic back and forth. We're just going to do it with half as many games, which means this will be half as long of a runtime, right?
Well, we've got actually more to talk about than usual, I would say, so it might even be longer. I don't know. Yeah.
So we're going to do the top 5. As always, it'll be super time-stamped. But you'll see the top 5 is going to be later, because we got some ground to cover before we get to the top 5. Yeah. Which is that video games fell off in 2024.
Sure.
I mean, they've been falling off.
Yeah,
but,
that's definitely part of it for me.
Yeah.
But I just want to cover something, again, like if people are maybe new to listening to these long-form annual chats, I would say between you and me, previously, like across the last 10 years, we would basically cover everything when it comes to new AAA release and even like a decent chunk of indie stuff between us as well.
Oh, yeah. We were thorough.
Yeah, we were. I would classify us as like passionate, thorough, variety gamers.
Oh, yeah.
That was kind of where I lived. And, you know, the reason was just because video games, when it comes to variety, were previously unbeatable. I've always been a bit of a nerd for every, like, facet of entertainment. I like movies, I like TV shows. But the reason I got, like, addicted to the culture of variety gaming is because of the, like, unknown, weird, out-of-the-blue games that would come out and just blow my mind with what is even possible with the format of video games.
Yeah.
And that wasn't like the only thing I enjoyed. I can enjoy shooting people online. I can enjoy even just sometimes like an open world game like Spider-Man 2. But for me, the drug of video games were those moments, the Obra Dinns, the Outer Wilds. I needed like these, like, holy shit, like I didn't even know this could happen anymore. Even just like passively watching. Like I remember when PUBG came out from an Arma 3 mod that went on to make Fortnite, it was just like this revolution that just like came out of nowhere within like 6 months. And video games were just like this unknowable, flexible, like evolving area of entertainment that just like movies and TV just didn't quite match when it comes to unpredictability. And I just don't feel that way anymore about the last 2 years or so of video games. And I think some of it is a little like systemic about the industry. I don't want to go like too deep into it, but like AAA gaming especially is having like growing pains with how much it ballooned, especially because of like COVID and investment, and there's like layoffs now because they're not getting like the money on return on investment, and games take 7 years to make and they can't be like creatively interesting, otherwise what if people don't like it? They started making it in 2018 and by the time the game fucking comes out, like the trend has moved, and it's just like this weird like area where games in AAA gaming specifically are so expensive, take so long to make, there just like isn't a lot of risk taking. I was going to say creativity, but that feels overly harsh. There is still a lot of like interesting and creative games coming out. But for me, I don't want to go in circles already, but my drug is like surprise. And I just feel like we're starting to go in circles a little bit, especially in AAA gaming. But what's really surprised me about my top 5 is there's one indie game in there.
Right.
And it's a sequel to another indie game of pretty much the same format. I'm sure you know what it is. And indie gaming was like probably for me more of like my little home, because I feel like for a while AAA gaming has started to get a little secular. Is that the word? Which kind of goes in circles and it's like the same thing for new gamers coming in. And I've never been like I've never begrudged that. I understand how business works and that they're expensive to make, and there's constantly new gamers coming in, and I don't expect big AAA games to pander towards me, entertain just me forever until I'm 50 years old, you know? I understand there's new people coming in and, you know, people like open world games, whatever. But even, like, the indie industry, just like, I don't know, man. I'm just seeing, like, a lot of Vampire Survivor clones and Hades clones, and, like, these are the artists. Like, the indie guys are, like, this is where, like, but even in the indie scene, it seems like it's expensive and there's, like, 30 people in their team. And I don't know, I'm going to pass it over to you because I'm starting to ramble and my hands are going up in the air. And we've just got started, but...
I think you actually undersell, like you said, you know, the AAA industry is hurting. I think it's the entire video game industry is in a massive state of turmoil right now, and change, which it's in the state of turmoil and figuring out how to adapt and change, right?
Right.
And that is clearly affecting everything. Obviously, AAA is like, I mean, I would go as far as to saying AAA is like maybe in the process of collapsing, actually. I mean, we saw the entire live service bubble burst catastrophically in 2024, which, for the better, but an enormous amount of time and energy and talent flushed down the toilet in pursuit of, just money. And but just the entire industry is figuring out, I think, how to adapt to the post-pandemic planet Earth, and how to make things, and then how to make things and how to make money from those things. In like figuring out all that balance, I think, is tricky. Like 2023 was a sort of glut with a lot of games that came out, just because they were all delayed and they finally got finished. And now we're sort of in this, like, if you think back to the 2020 to 2022 era, we're now sort of in like the swing out of the pandemic era. Obviously for day-to-day life, we're like 5 years, it's been 5 years, but for video games, because everything happens so fucking slowly, it feels like they're sort of just finishing with the pandemic in some ways. And everyone making games is like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Yeah. And it's a fair conundrum, because you make a good game and no one buys it, and you make a bad game and no one buys it, or you make a bad game and lots of people buy it. Like, it's very hard to predict, like, surefire bets anymore for anyone, I would say, big and small. But then at the same time, there's like this just, like you talked about indies, like, yeah, I agree. Indies are a big missing hole for me, and that was a big part of the last, for me, the last few years, indies have been missing in my life for a variety of reasons, which I think we'll get to over the course of this chat. But it's such a weird conundrum, because, like, we talked about this a little bit earlier in Discord, that there were 19,000 games that released on Steam this year.
Yeah.
I played 20 games, new games, in 2024, which is about half. I looked through my list, and I averaged about 40-ish new releases played every year for a decade, which, like you said, we covered a lot, which is part of the you watch a lot of movies, you know how a movie's going to go 10 minutes into watching a new movie that you've never seen before. You play a lot of games, you know what they're going to be after a certain point, and that's amplified when everyone is being very safe. But yeah, there's just so many games coming out, and, like, I don't know, I can't find them. I don't know where they are. There's no way to discover them.
Yeah.
Of the 19,000 games released, I played 20. And, I bet the best game ever came out last year.
Probably,
and
statistically.
No one on Earth will ever play it.
Oh,
and, like,
that's horrible.
I don't know what to do about that. It's kind of tragic, because everything's just this weird, like, echo chamber as well.
Yeah.
Of just, like, the same 10 people. Just, this, and sequels, and yeah, like Hades 2, and no hate against these games, but it's like, I know what all these games are. And it's tough. Yeah, the whole industry is just in a very weird place. And then you add that on to us having, A, been playing games for a long time.
Yeah.
B, getting older and having less time for games. And C, just, I don't know. We're less addicted to the chase of the new video game high, because we were like, oh yeah, like for me, it's like, I read a lot of books last year and I watched a lot of movies and had a grand old time, and I was fine ignoring the games industry or playing less games. Like, there were times where I was like, it's kind of a bummer that there's nothing grabbing me, but also I don't care. Like, I go long stretches of time without watching a movie sometimes, or reading a book, or watching a TV show, and I don't lament that loss for weeks at a time. But games obviously occupy, like, a very large majority of our time and headspace, and have done so for a long time. So yeah, to stop my talking, because I'm also now rambling in circles like you were. Yeah, everything is in a weird place right now, and it feels that way. And it also feels like everything's very predictable.
Yes.
Big and small. And I look at everything and I'm like, yeah, I kind of know what this game is already without having touched it. And sometimes that's fine, and I know that's for me. But most of the time I look at it, I'm like, I've had this experience before, and in most cases I've had it like 5 times, because there have been 5 sequels. And I just look at it and I'm like, no, I don't need to play this. I'm sure it's fine. but I don't really have 50 hours for fine anymore
Exactly,
either.
yeah.
Like mentally, I just don't have the interest in spending that time, I don't know, wastefully.
Yeah.
It's like, I want something good. If I'm gonna put 50 hours into something, I want it to be a really good and unique 50 hours.
Yeah.
But that applies for even 5 hours. So, yeah, it's everything's in a weird state, I would say, and I'm curious to see where it goes.
It's going to be interesting to just like hear other people's takes, because me and you have had a pretty like parallel journey through gaming. Obviously slightly different tastes, but we've kind of consumed games in the same way. And it's like, are we at the point where like the return of investment on time and money is just like never gonna be the same? Because I don't know, I just always thought video games were gonna keep evolving in a way which was like exciting forever because of the possibilities, but maybe we've just hit a wall where we've reached, I don't know, just like a format loop, and we've played them all 17 times before. And I don't know, again, I'm gonna start talking around in circles.
Yeah, it's possible, and it's hard to know because games are still so young, really. And yeah, like historically, the last 10 years, the games industry evolved like so quickly. Like in 10 years, it's changed, I don't know, what, 6 times, 7 times? And then interestingly, yeah, in the last 3 to 5 years, it's kind of chugged down to a halt, and you're like, this is just, every year is kind of predictable. Everyone's buying everything. Like every megacorp is buying up everyone and putting out the same games every year. And yeah, it's hard to say. There's no way to answer that until we get 10 years from now and can look back. And if we're playing the exact same things again, then, then the industry has hit a point of repetition the way that movies sort of did in like the 80s or 90s. Yeah. Everyone had sort of just like figured out all the genres. And obviously there will always be people that find new ways to do new things. But especially when it comes to the expensive stuff, there's only so many things you can do. I don't know. Yeah.
We're just spending $600 million.
Yeah, like, holy fuck, man. Some of those numbers that came out, like, the Call of Duty budgets are literally pushing close to $1 billion. And it's like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Because you know that, like, these big AAA single-player games are similar. They're like $400 million. Like, The Last of Us Part 2, which was 5 years ago, was released 5 years ago, so it was developed, almost starting 10 years ago. That cost like $250 million. So I bet my ass that Intergalactic is like $500 million. And it's just like, what are we, like, it's obscene. The like, never-ending chase for just increased fidelity, causing art budgets to balloon forever, and then design can't do anything because it has to sell 15 million copies to turn a dime. And then when it does sell 50 million copies, everyone gets laid off anyways, and all that talent goes down the drain. And you're like, okay, restart and spend 10 years building the sequel. I don't know. It's a disaster right now, and I would say the AAA industry at least. Yeah.
I'm gonna almost go back a little bit because you mentioned something, and a little bit of a negative start to the best game of the year chat.
Yeah.
But there have been some slight positives towards just playing games less. For me personally, this section is going to be a little personal throughout, but I've just been consuming a lot of other stuff. And I think I would say I watch less TV and less movies than you, and I didn't read books at all. And now, I don't know, I'm quite active in all 3 of those. And it's also had a weird knock-on effect where, because I was actually really far behind on movies and TV especially, that I've just got a lot of good shit to watch.
Yeah.
And that also is problematic for getting back into video games, because I'll wake up and I'll watch an episode of Succession, and then I'll watch Nosferatu, and then when I sit down to play games, it's well, you better be fucking good, because I've been eating good today,
Yeah.
So the standard for what I need in video games when I pick up a controller or sit down at a keyboard and mouse just needs to be quite good. And I just want to quickly say there are still good games coming out. We have enjoyed games this year. We will get to it. But I think it's also changed my taste as well. I'm very much looking for gamey games, action-heavy, gameplay-heavy games. I don't really want to listen to people talk in video games anymore. I'm kind of sick of game narratives, especially because it feels like a lot of the time they're just shoved in there because it's like the thing to do. And I don't know, every game just talks
Video
too
game
much.
writing is very, very overwritten right now.
Yeah.
It's very wordy.
Especially when you're like reading good books and watching amazing movies. Like I'm consuming a lot of good storytelling and writing daily now.
Yeah. And then you play a game and it's like, this story is 3 hours long, stretched to 50.
Yeah.
And nothing anyone says is interesting. And yeah, I felt similarly for the majority of everything I played last year, and have been reminded that I can still enjoy a video game narrative, but it has to be fucking good. It has to be well written, which is not clearly a priority for a lot of games.
Like if you want to call like writing its own industry, like it's really like the bar has been raised across everything, you know? And gaming is not matching that.
Yeah, people have been writing for a long time as well.
Yeah.
They're really good at it.
They really are.
And video games are just like blah, 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 blah,
I know.
blah. And you're like, just shut the fuck up and give me the quest.
Don't have to talk, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be playing like the Plucky Squire, like this cute little game, and it's just the characters are just like incessantly talking to you about like nothing. And it's like, just let me play your cute little game. Like, it's cool when I'm playing it, but I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to anyone talk.
I hope you're enjoying everyone listening to us talk.
But yeah, another positive thing is I was quite... I don't want to say addicted, but I really enjoyed like the zeitgeist of being like at the front line of video game releases. Didn't have to be there day one, but like week one, I wanted to be there. I wanted to be a part of like the review cycle, the conversation, the zeitgeist, Discord chats. And for 2024, I was just not really there for anything. I think Silent Hill 2 and Astro Bot. I was
and
there.
Dragon's Dogma, you were there on day one, I think.
And Dragon Dogma 2.
The weirdo zeitgeist for that game.
Yeah. But that part has just kind of died. And I'm going to move into like the topic of like just like being in the conversation in a second. But I've actually weirdly enjoyed not playing games on day one. It's been a weird positive for me. First of all, games just get better. A lot of the time, they don't release great. They get cheaper as well, depending on where you're getting them. And also, I've never really had a backlog which is full of like modern titles. My backlog has always been like this weird, like, oh, I want to play, what's that fucking dog game where you're a dog and you're painting? Okami one day. I want to maybe one day finally beat, I don't know, Dark Souls 2 because I never got to it. All these like weird, Deadly Premonition, crazy backlog things. But now I'm like, I didn't play Final Fantasy VII 2 or Indiana Jones, and I have like modern games that I can just get to when I want. And that's actually new for what we do. And it's, I don't know, it's just kind of nice to have modern games that I can just kind of open up and play. Like Baldur's Gate 3 I didn't get to. Yeah. And like, if I wanted to like sink 2 months into that, I just could at any time. And that's new and good. So there you go. Those are my two like positive bullet points about not being as, I guess, on the front line of like video game releases.
The zeitgeist has turned completely toxic as well. Like,
yeah, but I'm gonna get there.
Video game discussions let's just say post a certain 2020 game, have been reprehensible since that came out, and it's like I don't want anything to do with it because it's so grotesque most of the time. And yeah, like video games get like massively improved within 2 months of their release. And you just have a much better time. And yeah, I feel like it's sort of funny to discover what basically everyone else that plays games has always done, which is like, I'm not buying this fucking game on day one. I'll come to it in 3 months.
Or free.
And also, they're so expensive now. Games are so expensive.
I know.
Like a new, Monster Hunter, I think, is like 110 Canadian dollars.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck off. Like, Jesus, I gotta eat, man.
I know.
Even indie games are expensive.
Yeah, they are actually, yeah.
Like crazy.
Last point, you kind of touched on it briefly. This is the last bullet point about why I don't like gaming as much. We will get to talking about video games soon, like actual individual video games. Oh boy, I just don't really want to be part of the conversation anymore, dude. Like, I really don't. I think a big part about like why we were both so invested in variety gaming is it feels almost like a little bit silly to say, because you should always be playing video games to have fun, but I just enjoy just the industry and the culture and the online community, and I liked being up to date. I liked talking about video games, having opinions on video games. Like, we almost said between us, we were like this encyclopedic, like, just knowledge factory of the last 10 years of video games. And I just don't really want to talk to a lot of the gaming scene anymore, which is hypocritical since we're doing a podcast about video games and putting it on the internet.
Yeah.
But, you know, these are kind of like little personal time capsule things. But anyway, let's move on from the hypocrisy. As I've like moved into my 30s, I'm just a lot more conscious about like my physical and mental health and what I want to commit my attention to. And I don't know what's going on recently. Maybe it's always been this way, but gamers are just very angry at the moment. Like, the whole scene, just like vitriolic to a level which I feel like is above the usual, because I feel like previously I was focusing on it more and people seem to be like having fun and enjoying games. And it's just like the conversation and the content around video games is just so fucking negative, man. Like, everyone is just so excited to just shit on everything. And it's just like, if you're positive or enjoy games, you're like a loser. It's just...
Or a villain.
Yeah, it's just weird, man. And I just... Every week there's just a new, like, pulled out of nowhere, contrived controversy about nothing. And I just don't really want to, like, engage or be involved with it. And it just really brings down my own enthusiasm to, like, dive deep into this industry.
So we obviously did a lot of game, like, reviews. I mean, they were branded as reviews over the years. And we did a lot of them. And, you know, we did them because we enjoyed them, not because they were, like, getting lots of views.
Oh, yeah.
And we tried even recently to do like the tower stuff, and thought, you know, it'd be fun to sort of have a different way of reviewing games and sort of comparing them against each other. But there might be some crossover in listeners here. Like, the tower has been retired. I would not say it's been destroyed because it is still in my closet, but it has been retired for all of the reasons that have been discussed. But also because the act of partaking in video game discussion on the internet is atrocious. It is completely toxic garbage. Yeah. And it has shifted. It was definitely not this way pre-2020. There were definitely moments where there were like steps, like toes being dipped into this level of bullshit. Of course, it's been a slow road, but the games industry, like, discussion online has definitely, let's just say, followed similar paths to a lot of discussions on the internet and with just the roads people are going down right now. Yeah. And honestly, I think actually in the history of things, you could probably look back at certain events in video games and tie it to certain larger movements, at least like the pebble that starts rolling down the hill, you know? And yeah, like you said, every fucking game that comes out is offensive or toxic, and like people are insulted, and there's always something, and everyone is so mad. And I have no interest in being angry or negative about these things. They're just video games. They're frivolous entertainment, and there's no joy in partaking in it at all anymore. And really the only place that I think there is any video game discussion that we enjoy is literally in our private friend group Discord server, and that's it. Yeah. Like, I don't want to go out and talk to anyone about games, or put out opinions about games anymore, because it just causes bullshit to come up, and I have no interest in it anymore, and it's kind of a bummer. But also, I don't give much of a shit in the grand scheme of things about putting my opinion in of a video game out into the world. It's just nice to talk about the industry with someone like you because we've been doing it for so long. But like, it's a weird things. There's so many things in a very weird place right now with games.
Yes,
and that is probably the weirdest one to me personally. Is that stuff?
And that was kind of the whole idea behind changing the format of this show, just so that as things ebb and flow up and down, as our own tastes, as our own personalities, lives, as everything warps and morphs, we're not like stuck to a little format. We're going to be a bit more flexible with just how general we talk about the gaming year.
Yeah.
But I am done with that topic. I think I've covered quite a few reasons why I'm just not into gaming as much. But let me just quickly say, I'm still enjoying playing games on occasion. I'm not as high up the enthusiasm ladder rung, however you want to like metaphorically put it. I've definitely come down quite a few steps. I don't think I would call myself just like even a gamer anymore, dude. Like it feels like it's been.
How many hours do you have in Satisfactory?
Listen, anyway, we'll talk about that later.
No, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Like there is a certain like, I don't know, brand of like, or like, I don't know. Yes, I know what you mean.
Gaming was my hobby. It was the hobby that I had.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It's not anymore.
I do know what you mean. Yeah.
Gaming is not like my hobby anymore. It's like mixed among other ways I spend my time, which I still enjoy.
And also sort of your job, which is part of it as well.
Yeah, that's not a hobby though. That's pain.
Well, yeah. The last thing for me, which can transition into playing and enjoying games, but it is sort of like an addendum to my difficulty in playing a lot of games last year. A lot of it comes down to like accessibility in where I can play a video game, which is to say that I have a PlayStation. I used to have an Xbox, and I have a very good gaming PC, but like, when it comes to the weird stuff, the stuff that really gets interesting to me, most of that is on a PC. And we spend a lot of time in front of our computers. Obviously, we record lots of stuff in video games, and then we spend the whole day looking at video games in Premiere Pro. And when my workday ends, I find it exceptionally difficult to be like, all right, time to switch to my gaming PC and keep sitting standing in the same position I've been in for the last 9 hours, and I'm gonna enjoy a video game in this office that I've lived in.
Yeah.
And so I want to go out into my living room or anywhere else, literally. If I want to play a game, I want to do it outside of the office most of the time. And it's hard to do that, I found, because the PlayStation and the Xbox, you don't have mouth washing or Arctic eggs, right, on the PlayStation. You can get your big AAA stuff there, obviously, but the PC is the best place to play it. But it's the smaller stuff that is really hard to get on a console, which is a long way of saying I solved my issue with where I can play games. And it helped me start enjoying more smaller games or older games more easily. I took the big fucking brick of an Xbox and sold that shit because I hadn't turned it on in 18 months, and Game Pass collapsed. It's useless. And I bought a Steam Deck.
Yeah.
That was in like the end of November. I had hemmed and hawed about buying it for like a year because I really didn't think I liked handhelds, mainly because the only handheld I had used for the last however long it's been out is the Switch, like 9 years or something. And the Switch is so fucking old, and I hate the ergonomics on it so much that I thought there's no way I could enjoy a handheld, but I said fuck it, and I switched the Xbox out for a Steam Deck. And let me just say, the Steam Deck might be saving video games for me.
Okay. That's good.
Because I can just boot up a weird indie game on my couch
Yeah.
Play it on the Steam Deck, and it looks beautiful, runs perfectly, and I have spent a lot of time using it, or it has gotten me playing a lot of games in the last, 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas most of the year, last year, I was not playing much. And the Steam Deck got me, playing some old, 360 era games from my backlog. I replayed all of Dead Space 2, and then finally played Dead Space 3, which I never played before.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
And I played it entirely on my Steam Deck, and it was it looked fucking fantastic. Because it's, a console game, a 360 era, late gen 360 era game, which still hold up, especially when you scale the resolution and frame rate. And I've got it on this nice little 90 hertz OLED monitor in my hands, and it just plays great. And I played a lot of sort of backloggy things, and then started enjoying indie games again in the last just sort of 2.5, 3 months.
Yeah.
Because of the Steam Deck. I did not. I was very skeptical, and it has been a fantastic purchase that I have very much enjoyed, and it'll keep coming up probably as we discuss actual specific games.
They are
because I
interesting.
played a lot of good stuff there.
That's for sure. Because I also went through a similar period this year where I just wanted to be away from the computer, and ended up playing multiple games specifically because I wanted to be on the PlayStation. Because the exact same thing, I don't want to be on the PC all day, and I want to be comfy.
Yeah, couches are so good.
Yeah, so, it's got me thinking. It's got me thinking a little bit, but that will come up later. There was a chunk of the year where I was just playing nothing but PlayStation 5, and it led me to play some things because of that. But is it time to talk about specific individual video games?
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do. Took us 38 minutes, but I think we do this every year where we just quickly cover the games we didn't get to.
Right.
So people are like, what about this? What about this? And this list is a bit more extensive than usual for reasons that I talked about for 30 minutes. But let's start listing some of the things off that I haven't played. I think we both haven't played Stalker 2 yet, because it came out a little bit rough. But I definitely want to give Stalker 2 a go. I don't predict that it's going to be a Joe game, but Stalker comes under the kind of Dragon's Dogma cult classic strange realm where I just kind of want to give it a go for educational purposes to see what this enigma is that has been around video game culture for so long.
That Stalker 2 is probably the biggest one that I have not played from last year, because I played 20 minutes of it to capture some footage for this because I knew we'd talk about it.
Yeah.
I did that a week ago, and I was like, oh shit, this game is so my jam.
Interesting.
But it was the most stuttery I've ever seen a video game, and I thought, that's fine. I'll just keep waiting.
Yeah.
I will play that game. Whether or not it'll actually click for me is hard to say, but I definitely want to play that, and feel like if I had played it, and enjoyed it, there's a good chance it would have come up later in the top.
It can come up next year, because, we will be talking about non-2024 games we played and enjoyed later on. It's a new section that we've never done before. But continuing on, I do want to get to... I actually got gifted it for Christmas, the 2D Prince of Persia roguelite game.
Oh, yes.
And I actually kind of broke through a certain genre this year. It's roguelites. Not roguelites, Metroidvanias.
Metroidvanias.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Metroidvanias, which has been a genre I have not connected with, but a certain game really connected with me this year, which we will get to. So I'm kind of branching out a little bit into a world I have kind of avoided on purpose because the whole genre just hasn't really been my thing.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, right? That one? Yeah.
It's just I wasn't willing to pay $40-50 for it, for a genre at the time I wasn't really into. So I put it on the Christmas list, got gifted it, and I'm looking forward to that when the time comes. And then just a couple of indie things which people really loved. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, I fell off after 4 hours, and I want to give it another go. I wasn't blown away by it, but apparently I'm missing 9/10 of that game, so I kind of have to see it through.
Yeah, man.
Just to see where it goes, because I was kind of struggling with the first
I played 2 hours of Lorelei and hated everything about it.
I got to a point where something like changed and happened, and I just wanna see. And also, I'm gonna be, in trouble with The Crown here because I missed a very British game called Thank Goodness You're Here, which is like a quirky British comedy game, which a lot of people were really enamored by, and I haven't got to it yet, which is bad. I should have done it, because it's like a really British thing. Whoopsie doopsie.
Oh, yes, that game. Yes, right.
And, a lot of video game humor doesn't connect with me, but apparently it's very English humor, which is obviously the only humor which is really funny. So...
I mean, yeah, English humor is typically quite enjoyable, I will say.
It depends what you like. It's a little weird and different, but yeah. I'll pass it over to you if you've got anything you've missed, because I have 3 more that I've kind of... 2 of them I've actually kind of touched but haven't gone deep in, and one of them you've played, which I'm really interested to hear about.
So Stalker 2 definitely. Recently, just very recently, I didn't even know this game existed, but I'm curious to try because it's on Game Pass and people have spoken very positively about it. And it's this Capcom Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess game, which...
Right, yeah.
It doesn't, I vaguely recall it being revealed, and I was like, I'm never going to play that. But people speak, super positively about it, and looking at footage of it, it sounds really interesting. It's
hard to get grip on what's going on from the
I know,
gameplay.
that's what... I really just want to play it to understand what it is.
Yeah.
So that's a big one. I did dabble, I played an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of Metaphor ReFantasio, mainly, again, just to get footage for it. And that's a game where I'm like, it seems great, but I will never play it.
Yeah, same. I just don't have the time.
It's so long, and I also just don't really like the Atlas strategy. I just don't... Persona 5's combat, I just thought was super boring.
Yeah, it's fair.
I felt the same way here. It's just it feels so passive, but that is a game that just sounds and seems excellent.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed what I played there, but it's so long. Another thing that I feel like we should mention that neither of us played, which is the Elden Ring DLC.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot.
Shadow of the Erd Tree, that was probably maybe actually the biggest game release last year, and we haven't touched it. I played 10 minutes of it, and then I was like, oh, I'm not in the mood for this right now. And then we have begun a cooperative, using mods, a cooperative Elden Ring replay with the 2 of us and Ben, and then we will go and play through Shadow of the Erd Tree as a trio blind for the first time, which sounds incredible.
Yeah.
So, maybe Shadow of the Erd Tree shows up best of 2025.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's also Night Rain coming out, which we will hopefully be able to get to pretty close to its release, having beaten Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Hell yeah.
That's a big one that we haven't touched. A handful of indie games. I'm sort of working through them right now. I mentioned Arctic Eggs. I'm sort of playing that. I bought Mouthwashing the other day.
I can't wait to hear what you think about Mouthwashing, because people were so enamored with it, and it didn't quite get there for me. But there's definitely something really weird and interesting there, and it feels like if it works for people, it's one of the best games of the year for those people. And I don't know, there's just something about it which didn't quite land for me, but I kept thinking about it for a few days. So yeah, I'm interested to hear what you think about that one.
Yeah, I've got this nice list of stuff to just get to on the Steam Deck when I feel like it, which is great. I have to say, Arctic Eggs, I found a gyro-enabled control scheme for the Steam Deck. And it is just a nightmare comedy, and I get so frustrated, and I'm also laughing at the exact same time, borderline flinging that fucking Steam Deck around my living room. But
it gets hard.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare.
And there's a custom mode where you can ramp up how many things spawn into a pan, and it's just ridiculous.
Oh god, yeah. You mentioned Pepper Grinder. I really want to try that, but it's 3 hours long, and it's still $15. And I know that $15 is not a lot, but I don't know, man. Back in my day, an Xbox Live Arcade game was $10, for 10 hours. I know that the last big one is the Satisfactory 1.0 release, which I know you have played and enjoyed, and we have played the early access version a few years ago in co-op.
Yeah.
And I'm just, when I'm in the mood to build stuff, that is the game I'll go and play, because I know how good it is. I know how enjoyable it is. So, yeah, I'm sure there's like loads that I probably am forgetting and will maybe discover or get back to or play on the Steam Deck at some point. Yeah, like you said, it's nice having a backlog of stuff. Yeah, big and small. I don't have a ton of big games, but like, I guess, Stalker 2 is a big game, so.
Yeah. Probably a big one that I won't really be able to talk about today is Black Myth Wukong.
Right.
I got gifted it for Christmas as well. I played 2 hours of it and I was like, this seems cool. But I just played through like another quite challenging boss-focused game. And then we're starting up Elden Ring co-op and we got Night Rain. And there's just only so much like, it's not quite a Souls game, but there's only so much like action, boss fighting type things that I want to be playing within like 6 months. I need a bit of a breather and to switch things up. But just I'm not quite in the mood for Black Myth, but should have got through that probably by the time we do our next chat in 2025. And then the other 2 games you have played to completion, so they will be covered. But I didn't get through a lot of Warhammer 40k. I will say nothing until we get to that game. And the one big game I missed, which I can't wait to hear about, is Indiana Jones.
Right.
Because when that game came out, I watched 2 hours of it on Dan's Gaming, and it looked like the lamest game I've seen in years. It looked I was like, I couldn't believe how boring it looked. And everyone unanimously adored it. And I've never felt more confused by like positive reviews in my life. Like the video game industry is about murder and just like violence and high octane shit.
Not indie, baby.
All the footage is just people looking at pots and like doing stealth takedowns. I'm like, this looks terrible. So yeah, that's on my backlog because at this point I have to try it. It's Game Pass. It doesn't look like a Joe game, but regardless, I just have to see what the fuck is going on. And I'm very interested to hear what you think about it. I think you're a little bit more patient with weird, slow games than I am, especially right now. But yeah, that covers all the games I missed last year. It's a pretty chunky list, but at least you have a few covered.
And likewise, you have some of the ones like Black Myth. I was never going to play that game, but I am curious to hear about it at some point.
It's a big backlog game for me this year. I'll get to it.
Yeah.
Seems cool.
Yeah. There were lots of things that came out this year that I just didn't touch and probably never will.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Whatever. I don't need to play everything anymore.
Yeah.
I've accepted that as a fact. And also, I don't give a fuck if everyone else doesn't like this game,
Yeah.
Like I can enjoy things on my own, and that's fine.
And you will, because you have your taste is just weird, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I got weird tastes, and it's hard to fill them sometimes,
Yeah. So this is probably a long overdue section that we have never incorporated that we probably should have been doing from the beginning.
Yeah.
Which is just talking about games that we played which didn't come out last year, but we just liked and were like a significant part of our gaming year. I think like one thing that's been missing from these chats is just covering the games we played that were released from the specific year doesn't really encompass...
Doesn't paint the whole picture.
The stuff that we went through and the stuff that we played.
Yeah.
Not talking about, I don't know, like opening up the Minecraft server and playing that for 100 hours or whatever. Like, we're missing out big gaps. And I'm sure you could smorgasbord together our podcast chats with our top 10 game chats to kind of paint a more thorough picture. But yeah, your gaming year isn't just encompassed by what came out that year. It depends on everything you played. This list for me is specifically the stuff that came out not in 2024 that is notable. I'm not going to list everything. It's just like, I've got 4 games here that I thought were awesome. And I'm actually going to just start off with Elden Ring.
Right. Yeah.
We didn't actually get through a lot of it last year, maybe like 12, 15 hours of the Elden Ring seamless co-op mod playthrough. But holy shit.
Not quite seamless.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit buggy, a little bit,
Yeah, that's
temperamental. Okay. But god damn, that was revelatory for me.
It's so good.
When we first started playing that, especially when we got to the first, is it called a legacy dungeon? Is it when it's like
yes,
a big,
yeah.
Like when we got to Stormvale, and all three of us kind of seamlessly got a little bit accidentally split up and lost, and we were just like organically exploring and doing different sections of Stormvale in a different order, and it just felt like a game from the future. It felt so fresh and interesting. I don't know, just like we're like 12 Dark Souls games deep, and From Software haven't figured out what like one little nerdy programmer managed to do in his basement. Sorry, that's a bit rude, but you know what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, it's a little janky, and we do get disconnected sometimes. But just the act of it being seamless, it's so much better than what From are doing. It's better than just playing the game by yourself.
Yeah.
I can't even like put into words how like exciting and good and fresh and new it feels. It just like, maybe because this is going backwards a bit, I was saying I've been like really lacking those fresh, exciting gaming moments.
Yeah.
And when we played that DLC, I was like, that mod, I was like, this is new. This feels like something I've never really done before. Like, we've done like a couple of like Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, or you summon someone in and they die and go back to their world. And yeah, it just, at the time when we first played that mod, it was like, what have you been doing all this time, From Software? You had this like golden ticket in your pocket the entire time, and then weirdly, right after we sunk like 10 hours into it, Night Rain was announced. Yeah. And it was like this crazy, weird, like Matrix breaking moment where it's like, are we the main characters here? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. If we had done a top 10 this year, Elden Ring would have been on mine, like probably like high.
Yeah.
It probably would have been like 6, you know? Because, yeah, and that was only 12 hours of Elden Ring in co-op, but yeah, it rules.
It's so good.
It's so fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's just like, I think I didn't play Elden Ring co-op vanilla at all. But if it's the same as like Dark Souls 3, it's like if you die, I think you're just like booted out immediately. Cooperative or Invader.
Yeah, and if like the world boss dies, that zone becomes unplayable in co-op, and like all these different. It's typical. Like, it's so obtuse and complicated, you know.
But just the simple idea of, you know, if you're in a boss fight, you can't come back. It's down to your friends who are alive and you're spectating them. Like, those moments are just like really exciting and fun, and just like the organic nature of someone like falling and dying when you're outside of a boss fight is funny because they're allowed to just respawn immediately and join the party. I don't know, I'm just like, I feel like I'm struggling to accurately describe to people who haven't played this mod why it's so special. Because when we first thought about the mod, I was like, that sounds more convenient and streamlined, and that's kind of as far as my brain went. I didn't really think it would like revolutionize like the whole genre for me and make Elden Ring just a better game overall.
Games with your friends are always better, so even a mediocre game with friends is fun, right?
Yeah.
And so when you take a really excellent game, flawed, but excellent, you know, one of the best games in the last 5 years, and then you just suddenly are with 2 other friends, like that, the leap in quality or the leap in just moment-to-moment enjoyment is just like exponentially increased. Like, instead of just silently playing the game and walking from one area to another, you're, you know, bullshitting with your friends, and everyone's going off on different adventures, and you're being chased by a bear, and Ben and I are fighting an Erd tree, and, you know, like, and that's just a 3-minute slice of a 100-hour video game. Yeah, it's amazing how much more fun that game gets. You know, a great and fun game in solo, and it's just like massively more enjoyable with 2 other people.
I'm not sure if in the vanilla co-op, whatever you call it, mode, I'm not sure if you were even able to like separate from the host.
No, you weren't able to go too far.
Yeah. And I think that's what feels so revolutionary and new, is like this massive open world, and you can just have 2 of your friends in Caelid and you can be in Limgrave.
Yeah. Doing
completely different things, fighting different bosses, and it just works. And it's just, it feels like nothing I've ever played before.
Like, if their next game, you know, after Night Rain doesn't have proper co-op, like, they've fucked up massively, in my opinion. Especially because Night Rain is coming out and they're like we were talking about yesterday, like surely this is them trying to figure their shit out a little bit more.
I hope so, yeah.
So Elden Ring 2 or Dark Souls 5, just put it in there. Like, that's the easy mode, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the easy mode everyone bitches about wanting or shouldn't have. Like, it's get a friend. It's to pull aggro. That's the easy mode.
I think,
and it's so much fun.
But also, like, I'm the guy who didn't like bringing in summons because I wanted to fight the boss myself. And it's just, like, transformed my perspective on the whole genre. Like, I would rather play all the games cooperatively and never play them solo, honestly. Like, ever again. And it's from just a mod which changes how multiplayer works. So, yeah. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah. It has more reason to be on a top 5 list than like some of the games on my actual top 5.
Yes.
Honestly, after having now just talked about it.
It's so good. And we got a long way to go.
Yeah, oh god, yeah.
Okay, you go.
Okay.
Give us one.
I mean, there were others that I replayed and was like really surprised by how much I enjoyed. Like, really quickly, I replayed all of RE Village like about this time last year, and I was like, man, this game just fucking rules because of just the pacing, just like a tight 8 hours, nonstop bullshit, and then it's over. I'm like, great, amazing. And also really quickly, after Suicide Squad was miserable, which I did play in its entirety for, I went back and revisited Batman Arkham Knight and put like 15 hours into that on the PC.
The third one?
Yeah, the third one, which didn't land super great at the time, I would say. Just a little bit too much of the same thing. But there hasn't really been one of those in 9 years. And, well, I guess 10 now in 2025 is 10 years for Batman Arkham Knight. And that game still fucking owns and, like, looks and feels better than most modern games.
Yeah.
And it was kind of shocking just how tight it all is, the production values, the visuals, running it at a higher resolution. I was kind of blown away. I didn't beat it because I played a lot of Batman games in the past, but I was like, wow, this game actually is kind of incredible. But yeah, one of the 3 big older games that I played in its entirety, and this one, this would probably always have just been like an honorable mention if we were doing a top 10 and I had played it in the year it came out. It's not good enough, but it's okay.
Okay.
And I played all of it, and that was Immortals of Avium. Do you remember that game?
Just about.
The magic shooter game?
Yeah, that company's dead now, right?
No. They like... I think the technical term is furloughed all of their staff, and so it's like 3 people left trying to get money to make another thing, I think. So they're not completely dead, but, you know. That game is okay.
Yeah.
I didn't pay for it. We got a code for it, like, early last year at some point, or it just, like, showed up. I don't even remember. And I started it, and I was like, and I mean, I skipped all the story stuff. I'm sorry to all the people that worked hard on it, but I can't do it.
Yeah.
But like, it's much more of a sort of Doom Eternal light with some Metroidvania stuff in it. And I thought it was just like a linear Call of Duty magic shooter, but there's definitely a lot more to that game than I realized, and the combat can feel pretty decent. It overstays its welcome and also doesn't ever fully escalate as much as it should in terms of just like making you a killing machine the way Doom does. But I was very pleasantly surprised that I played it all.
Yeah.
Which is like it sounds like the faintest praise, but like when that game came out, like everyone else,
you just kind of do that though. That's just like a weird Jamison thing.
I know. But like, that game just came and went so fast, and I think for very valid reasons, especially because like the marketing, and I think the art style is just not very good. But it was pretty enjoyable, and especially because like just fun to play shooters are like fewer and further between than ever now. It did scratch a certain itch. It's no Doom Eternal, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
But there's a demo now on Steam, and I would say like, if you got nothing else to play but you want to play a shooter, You could do worse than Immortals of Avium. Put that on the box.
Yeah, what a pitch. You could do worse.
You could do worse.
Defend the house. Oh, dear.
All right, back to you.
Okay. Just a quick one. I got through the Resident Evil 4 DLC near the beginning of this year, which came out near the end of 2023.
Oh, yeah, yes. What was that? Separate Ways?
Separate Ways. Yeah, not
good.
gonna stick around on this topic too much, but I thought it was fucking awesome. I mean, Resident Evil 4 was my game of the year in 2023.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you just make it again, but you play as a sexy lady and she's got like a cool grappling hook, if I can remember correctly. It's almost a year ago I played it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome, and I was quite surprised by the length. I think it was like almost 6 hours for me, I think. I might be pushing that there, maybe like 5 hours, but yeah, nothing more to say. I talked about Resident Evil 4 a lot, and it's just that again, but like almost a little pinch better than Leon, I want to say, and yeah, fucking loved it.
I don't, maybe this came up last year, or in the 2023 video, because I don't remember, but I liked it more than the base game.
I can see that.
Because it was just tighter. It's just you get the whole game in like 5 hours instead of 20. Yeah, great DLC.
Ada's a cool character. Her grapple hook was sick.
And her crazy kick. I remember that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was tied in a clever way as well. Can I do me or you?
Well, sure. I'll just quickly continue the survival horror thing.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, Dead Space 3, it was a major thing. It occupied like 3 or 4 weeks of my year playing Dead Space after being sad about the Dead Space remake just being the end of Dead Space forever. I replayed a bunch of Dead Space 1 remake, which I think I'm gonna put my foot down and say that's my favorite remake ever of a game. Now
like
that
that.
a year or two has passed, I think it might be perfect in terms of scratching all the itches I want scratched.
I think it was my number 2, just only below Resident Evil 4 remake for I think 2023.
Yeah, I think it was like my number 4 or 5, and I would put that. Well,
yeah, I should replay it, honestly. It's so good.
It's so fucking good. Yeah. Oh my god. And then I replayed Dead Space 2, which I certainly enjoyed. It's not as good as the Dead Space 1 remake. And then yes, I finally played Dead Space 3, which it's not a great game, that's for sure. But it was nice to finally close the book on that.
It's not as bad as it's remembered because of what it kind of just killed the franchise, so everyone's very, very angry at it.
Yeah.
It's like schlocky and more actiony. It's almost like the Alien franchise, like trajectory kind of thing.
Yeah, it's complete schlock, and it is a complete shooter. And I would say it's not even a great, they're not very good at encounter design. There were parts of it that I really liked. There's like the first third of the game, it's a fleet of derelict ships in space.
Yes.
You can sort of jet around between them. I thought that was quite cool. But yeah, more than anything, it was just sort of nice to close that book, because that was the same time that like Mass Effect 3 was coming out, and EA, a lot of good EA franchises sort of went down the drain around the same time, and I just never played Dead Space 3 after loving the first two. And so like 12 years later, I finally played Dead Space 3, and I don't think it's particularly good, but again, I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
And it was awesome on the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, yeah.
If I feel like we're not getting a Dead Space 2 remake, correct?
No. Yeah, it was never happening. It sounds like, yeah. That team is in the Battlefield mines now, unfortunately.
Yeah. We take what we can get. I'll take Dead Space Remake 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was almost more excited by the prospect of them actually getting to 3 and having like another crack at it.
Yeah, because there's good stuff in there.
Yeah, like a imagining of Dead Space 3. Just like redoing its tone and its systems. That would have been really interesting from that team.
Like the Arctic setting, you get all these Thing vibes.
Yeah.
So much good potential there for a more intelligently put together horror experience, but that's never going to happen. So
no, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 2.
Okay.
And they actually both happened because of another game. I'll talk around it a little bit because I don't want to, let's just say, get a little bit sidetracked. But after finishing a game called Astro Bot...
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
You were chasing certain highs, perhaps?
Well, it was like you said. I had sat down in my comfy spot, played Astro Bot, obviously, on the PlayStation, and I was just liking it. I would say I am very heavily towards PC gaming over console gaming. Don't really play any handhelds. I have the Switch, but I still mostly play it docked. So yeah, just sitting down, playing Astro Bot, none of this like Discord on my side, no podcast on, just like focusing fully on Astro Bot. Yeah, it almost like reawakened like an old form of gaming for me in my brain. So I think I signed up to PlayStation Plus, and I just scoured the entire library. Just looking for like almost anything, any excuse to just sit down and play more console gaming. And I ended up in 2 games. But the first game, which I wasn't really expecting to play all the way through because I thought I was done with this genre forever, is Dave the Diver.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I ended up playing like 25 hours of Dave the Diver. And I didn't really think I was going to connect with Dave the Diver because ever since Stardew Valley came out, I've kind of picked at certain games in this subgenre. So many of them have come out, so many farming games, town management, micromanaging these little communities. I've played like 2 or 3 of them, and I just keep feeling like Stardew Valley was maybe a one and done thing in my brain, where I've played one thing in the genre, and maybe I'm just wrapped up for life. I can be like that with certain things, where I've experienced something once, and I'm like, I don't know if I need to play, 6 other Yakuza games. I'm like, I play a thing once, I've experienced it, I'm good. And I thought the Stardew Valley genre was one of those. So I don't know why I dived in to Dave the Diver. I know because our friend Dawson had played it, so maybe just, I don't know, I talked to Dawson about it, share some opinions. A bit of hypocrisy there, but we like talking to our Discord boys about things. And yeah, Dave the Diver is kind of crazy. I didn't realize for a while that it's this weird enigma where Dave the Diver on paper is an indie game, but it's also not, like at all. It's made by like a giant AAA company, and I don't think I knew that going in. And it starts off very, I would say typical for the genre. You get chucked into the ocean, you have a really lame harpoon, and you're just like fishing and harpooning basic fish to sell at your restaurant. And I remember when I got to the restaurant minigame, I really thought it was going to be quite an expansive part of the game. I was imagining something like Cooking Mama, or what's that game, that franchise you've actually played a few of, that is like on Steam?
Cook Serve Delicious?
Cook Serve Delicious.
Yeah.
I was really expecting that to be a large part of Dave the Diver, but in the restaurant you don't really do anything. You just take plates from like where they're served up to people at the bar. And Dave's a big boy, so you can't do that very fast either. Like as you go further in the game, there are small mini games such as like pouring beer and making cocktails. But most of it is you're just diving and harpooning fish. And for the first 5 hours, I thought Dave was pretty boring and uninteresting, and I thought it was going to be another game in this genre I just like dropped and fell away from. But it just kind of keeps evolving in really unpredictable and strange ways. I don't want to give too much away just in case, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a Jamison game, but you never know nowadays. It like starts off with there being like a mysterious signal down in the ocean, and all these characters start appearing and telling you to do all these side quests, and it kind of becomes like an RPG rather than a Stardew Valley game. And by the end of the game, you're doing like Uncharted-esque chase scenes with like monsters, and there's boss fights which are like Dark Souls, and then there's like these it just like, and then at the end you can open like a franchise restaurant manager thing, and it just keeps going, and there's just more and more and more stuff. It's just jam-packed with like every system from every game ever. Yeah, it's a crazy thing. I'm trying to think of like there's another game in my head that I was thinking of comparing it to, where like the further along in the game you go, it keeps adding like new systems. It's one of those.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly the example.
Like Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, something like that. But it's the evolution of this game, and I don't want to compare it to Frog Fractions. I think that's a little extreme, but it's not a Stardew Valley-like. That is like 1 out of 12 aspects of the game, and it really goes places. But the whole like thread through the main game is that same like addictive Animal Crossing Stardew Valley cycle where you're coming around and you're harvesting stuff, and you've got to do this by this certain day because someone wants this type of sushi. But then also you've got the main quest going on, but also you've got side quests going on and 14 different things. And yeah, that game is crazy and really interesting. I've never really thought about the concept of like a massive AAA studio or just like a massive studio in size. I'm not actually really sure about the backstory of Dave the Diver. Is it like Tencent or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a sub-developer under Nexon, which is like one of the big Korean developers, like MMO developers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if
AAA is the right term, but they're big and they're rich.
Yeah.
And the concept of those guys or someone of that scope taking like a really small indie concept and not really AAA-ifying it, making it look like an indie game and feel like an indie game, but just the scale and scope of it is 14 times bigger than what an indie team could do. Really weird, unique game. And yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it in case I like inspire some people to give it a go, because it goes places.
You definitely sold me on it more than I had ever been sold on it, I will say, because I definitely just like, they're fairly coy about how they have always shown that game, and I've only ever just seen Dave swimming in blue water, and that's it. And I just presumed it was always just like one of those, what do they call it, like cozy genre? I don't know.
Yeah.
Where you just fish.
Yeah.
And I do remember Dawson saying it goes places, but hadn't really, heard much more beyond that. So that's very good to know. I will put it on the wish list. Because it makes Steam Deck makes playing these things very easy. So
it is also a cozy game. It's kind of everything.
Yeah,
it's kind of everything. There's a lot going on in that game.
Sorry, just before I forget, I actually have twos, and one of them plays off of this. Well,
yeah, go ahead. I've only got one left.
Okay. Similar, sort of. And it was the first game I played on my Steam Deck, and that was Dredge.
Oh, yes. I think I mentioned this last year, I think.
The Eldritch fishing game.
Yeah.
Good, enjoyable, it does not go the distance,
I know.
I would say.
Yeah.
It's sort of missing a little bit in a lot of different areas, which was unfortunate. And this is sort of like the theme with, especially things I've been playing on the Steam Deck, is just kind of like, yeah, it's not quite there, but it's also enjoyable to play, like as a video game, and it's also enjoyable to play physically,
yeah,
as a human on a couch. And so that sort of like enhances the pickup and playness of it, enhances my enjoyment of it. And Dredge was a game that sort of like just plateaued, like you sort of just beat it after about 4 hours, and then it goes for 9 hours total or so. And like the nighttime stuff, there's really never any sort of sense of danger, even though the game really likes to think there is a sense of danger. And it just got a little bit repetitive in the last couple of hours, but it was an enjoyable experience, and it was like 2 or 3 weeks, because I was just sort of playing it in like 15-minute chunks, and it was a very good sort of introduction to the Steam Deck, and also just to like remembering that indie games are nice, even when they don't go the distance, they're still, I'm glad to have played it.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of really excellent, like, the art is great, the music's good, the vibes are great, the mechanics are good, it's fun, it's a fun fishing game. I hate fishing. I hate fishing in real life, and I hate fishing in video games. I truly hate fishing mini games. But they made a fun game where all you do is the fishing mini game.
Yeah.
And upgrade your ship. So it was enjoyable, but it doesn't go the distance. So maybe I'll have to keep that fishing going with Dave.
Yeah, there is an interesting parallel between those two. It's like people who are trying to do something interesting with the cozy genre. But I agree, Dredge just needed to escalate in scale. And there needs to be more threat.
Yeah, exactly. More threat. And I'm such a sucker for, like, the potential for things to become eldritch horrors. And when they tease that, and then they don't really do anything with it,
there was like one encounter where there's like the giant catfish.
Yeah, and that's it. And that just sort of makes me sad.
Yeah.
I just want to be like fishing for Cthulhu by the end of that game, or becoming Cthulhu or something.
There's like one slightly vague ending cutscene where it's like a Cthulhu-like thing, but I want to be playing around Cthulhu. I want to see him.
I want the game to keep going. And have everyone going insane.
I think they did some DLC expansions. I wonder if those...
They did. I haven't played those, but...
Did anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But it's one of those games where you're like, I will very much be curious to see what they do next. This team, I hope it's not just Dredge 2. It probably will be.
Yeah, it probably will be.
But a Dredge 2...
There is room.
There is a lot of room for improvement. So maybe a Dredge 2 would be really cool.
Yeah.
But, it was enjoyable. Not enough big fish, though. So.
Yeah, fish not big enough. 2 out of 10.
I need, like, more freaks.
Yeah, me too.
I need more freaks.
More freaks in all games,
just
honestly.
Generally. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so my big boy.
Yeah, very curious.
So this was actually before Dave, right after Astro Bot. Did this non-chronologically, because I kind of had to build up to the big one. So I tried a game, again, PlayStation Plus, called Blasphemous.
Right.
I know people like Blasphemous because it has a sequel, maybe even a third one announced, or am I just making that up? I'm not sure. I know...
Let's just say probably.
That is like a little franchise now.
Yeah.
And I played it for like 2 hours. The art was really, really cool. It was so fucked up and disgusting. And I really wanted to connect with it, but I just didn't like how it played. So I was like, oh boy, here we go. Maybe Joe does hate video games, and I'm naturally just going to go back to not playing anything. So I went back to the PlayStation Store, the Plus Store, and I downloaded Hollow Knight, which I didn't really think I was ever going to give another go. Because back in ye old days of 2018 or so, me and you had a contractual obligation to make Facebook videos. Good times. Anyway,
and we came up with fun ideas.
We did our best.
The review roulette.
Yes. We came up with a concept for a series called Review Roulette, where we would spin a random wheel, be given a random game, and we had to play and review it. And Hollow Knight came up during that series, and neither of us really connected with it, I don't think.
No, yeah, correct, yeah.
I think I put like 7 hours into it, and God, I remember being very lost, very confused, and just not really in the mood for a challenging action game at the time, so honestly just quite annoyed by Hollow Knight.
Yeah, and I remember being annoyed as well.
And the craziest thing is, I think that experience soured me on the Metroidvania genre forever.
Wow.
By forever, I mean from 2018 to now.
Right. Yeah,
Because I was like, I don't find it fun to wander around and not know where I am. I don't like backtracking. And there really is an argument, which I've learned over the last couple of years, for just playing games wrong. I didn't really think that was a thing because, I mean, it's your video game. You paid for it. Play it how you fucking want. But after, like, the way I played Elden Ring and the way which I think actually kind of, like, soured my initial experience with it, and after, like, trying to rush through Hollow Knight for a fucking Facebook video, I think you can play games wrong. I think you really can. Or at least approach them with the wrong attitude and the wrong mood.
Definitely.
But this time, with Hollow Knight, I don't know, right time, right mood. I booted up Hollow Knight, and by comparison to Blasphemous, instantly, I was like, man, this game feels like quick and sharp. The little Hollow Knight, he is a whippy, snappy little dude, and it just connected with the way I like games to feel. I've never really been into like slow, heavy games. I can maybe get behind them sometimes, but I've always liked things quick and snappy. And I don't really remember, like, revering the feel of Hollow Knight back in 2018, but it was a while ago now. But instantly, maybe just because of Blasphemous, I was like, damn, this game feels great, but am I really going to enjoy the format? And this time, I just played it very differently. I just took my time, and I made a lot of map markers, a lot of notings down, using, like, the PlayStation screenshotting. And yeah, I just turned it off when I didn't want to play it like a normal human being would do, or wasn't making a video, wasn't doing a Twitch stream. I just played it at my own pace. And yeah, it turns out if you just play video games when you want to play them, if you just take your time, don't look at guides, just use your brain, it can be a really rewarding experience, it turns out. And everything I said to like 95% of people was like the most juvenile and obvious take of all time. But I don't know, maybe my brain has been broken. Because again, not to go backwards to our Elden Ring discussion from 2021, I played Elden Ring in a weird way, where like I had a guide open so I wasn't going to miss any bosses, and I was really stubborn about like the stuff I was using because I'm a Dark Souls player and I'm going to use a sword and shield, I'm not going to use summons and all this shit. And I came out the other side of Elden Ring just not having a great time with a lot of the boss encounters because of the way I like played it and built my character. And I don't know, I feel like Hollow Knight in 2024 was like one of the most like influential gaming experiences for my brain, and it almost like rewired some really bad habits I think I've picked up without maybe even realizing, about like obsession behind game content clearance and like how much of the game I want to get through. Oh, do I want to Google like how this game ends? Do I pick A or B? I just like, I got rid of all that shit. I just sat down, I just played the game. No podcasts, no YouTube videos, no music. I just sat down and played it. No guides, didn't Google anything. And I had an amazing time. And I will actually talk about the game and not just Joe's weird brain. Hollow Knight's fucking amazing. It really is. I think what is most impressive about Hollow Knight is it feels really ahead of the time. For the amount of content that's in the game, for like 2018 and the size of the of Team Cherry, the price of the game, it genuinely feels like an Elden Ring-esque offering. With like where you can go, the variety of areas, the amount of I can't remember what they're called in the game that like adjust the way your character acts. They're like badges or something that you pin to your guy. Yeah. It just feels like really modern, and it came out 7 years ago now.
Yeah, Jesus.
And and it plays better than most things that come out now. And the scale of it and the ambition of it feels like something that only like a AAA developer could do. And probably one of the best gaming experiences in 2024 for me, because not only was it a good game, but it just like taught me to just shut down the computer and just sit down and just play a game and just see what happens. Doesn't matter if you miss anything. I know it can be like annoying because what if you miss something and then the credits roll and you got to start from the beginning and you missed a boss fight? That's how my brain works. But I didn't do it this time. I just like was really thorough and I got stuck a lot. There was one part of the game for any of you Hollow Knight fans, I couldn't find in the Crystal Cave the ability which allows you to like fly through the air in like one long go. And I was stuck for like 4 hours because I couldn't figure out where it was because I didn't realize I could do a certain thing. And I still resisted the urge to Google anything. I just scoured the map, and when I did finally figure out what I had missed obviously in front of me, it was a huge moment that was made because I resisted the urge to look up like a YouTube video. And yeah, obviously, by the way, Hollow Knight's great. Everyone knows Hollow Knight's great, and it is nice to kind of be on the bandwagon now because I can kind of join in and get excited for when Silk Song comes out. But yeah, Hollow Knight was just more substantial because it kind of taught me how to play games again, and like the better way to play games. I feel like a lot of today's conversation has been like, just get off the internet. That's like a running theme. Just get off the internet. It fucking sucks. Just like play games and go outside.
Play something. If you don't like it, just stop playing it. Who cares? And if you like it, great. Who cares if everyone else doesn't like it? Yeah.
But it was like the exploration and just like figuring out the whole main like bulk of Hollow Knight just all on my own with no guides. I think I had to Google things like right near the end when I like really banged my head against the wall for like 2 hours, and they were like pretty tricky things I probably wouldn't have figured out. But the game has a really good design like philosophy where if you just stick it out and do explore and you're thorough, you pretty much will figure out the whole base game. It's really good. It's really good, by the way, in case people didn't realize.
Now you can join the Silk Song Brigade. It's going to be so entertaining. Every month you'll be like, oh, here, this event. They're finally.
I know. I've only just started, which is nice.
I know. Yeah. I'm glad. That's always seemed like a sort of. It just always seemed like something you would enjoy, and I am not surprised that I didn't enjoy it, but I was always surprised that you didn't enjoy it, and so it's like such a pillar of that genre. So I'm glad to hear that, and I'm also very glad to hear that a little brain rewiring. Hey, that's great. Good job, Hollow Knight.
I don't want to like keep going backwards here, but there's one thing that Hollow Knight was so ahead of everyone else in when it comes to like RPG stuff. This is like a little bit of a tangent, but respecking your character in an RPG is just fun. Like,
right.
I just want to be able to use all the stuff in the game. And in Hollow Knight, you have one weapon, but that you have this badge system which changes the dynamics of the weapon, and it changes in big ways, like how your character moves. Like you can't even get iframe like dashing in the game unless you pick a certain badge. It like radically changes how the game plays. And you can change them whenever you want if you're just sat at basically the game's equivalent of a bonfire.
Right. The benches.
So you fight a boss, you die, you think, well, it might be better if I can do this, this, and this. And there's like this weird like chemistry smorgasbord experimentation that goes on throughout the entire game for each encounter. And it's just great to be able to like experiment with what the game has to offer freely. Because I want to play what the game has, You
don't have to go and find one of 18 larval tiers and take it to Ronnie and level, and then
like I feel like From Software have been getting better. Like the larval tier system in Elden Ring is a little bit more generous than it used to be, but I don't know, man. Like even with like the amount of somber stones and shit you have to invest in weapons in Elden Ring, it still feels like a lot of the format, not just of From Software but a lot of RPGs are like pick your path, and if you want to do something else, replay the entire game from the beginning. And Hollow Knight is the complete polar opposite of that, and it came out 7 years ago, and it's just a better way to play the game. Like you get to experiment, and it's dynamic and shifts and changes, and I don't know, my brain just like likes that better. I don't want to be just a wizard,
That was something Dragon's Dogma 2 was really cool about doing, with that stuff. Yeah, I think more games would benefit massively from crawling out of their own ass a little bit and just being like, it's a video game, like, who cares? Just respec. Who cares? It's a fucking... You don't need lore. You don't need, like, all these things. You just make it fun. Just, like, I want to experiment. Video games, the whole point of games is you can do shit for fun and experiment in them, right?
Yeah.
They're little digital toy boxes with no repercussions. More devs should just be like, yeah, fuck it, respec, I don't care.
Well, they got to boost that playtime, which I feel like is another.
It's so true.
Let's go back to the first chunk of this entire video where I talk about why games are annoying now.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my big one.
I'm glad. Very glad to hear it. Yeah.
And also, Hollow Knight was probably one of the reasons why I wanted to even introduce the concept of talking about non-2024 games, or just non-games that came out from the release year. Because, like, you have done it on occasion when you've been, like, low on your list, like, number-wise. But I don't know. Like, I would never have, like, really...
You've got all your rules.
Yeah, but I just, like, wouldn't have had, like, a good platform to talk about Hollow Knight and what it's done for my brain. And that was, like, probably one of the biggest parts of my gaming year in 2024. And it was a 2018 game. And it's just, like, nice to now be able to talk about it in this format, in this video.
Like
anyway,
formal,
Hollow Knight chat done.
Cool, yeah. Last one for me, very quickly, and I will be quick, I promise. But it was like a month of my time, which was the Final Shape DLC for Destiny. I'll just say that
it's okay.
They actually, it's a good campaign. It's not their best. The Witch Queen is still their best campaign. But they did the impossible, which is they took the big, dumb, nonsensical 10-year thing with Destiny, and like ended the story well. in a really, really effective and cathartic way. So much so that I feel, and I think this is reflected by a lot of people, I sort of feel like I'm done with Destiny, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I haven't asked if you're like still picking away at it at all.
I have not played the game. I've put maybe 2 hours into it since July.
Yeah.
So no.
But that also coincided with, some sour stuff.
Yeah, so like one of the other... as is all things with Destiny, you get that high, and then they just stab you right fucking just...
Yeah.
And yeah, like 3 weeks after the final shape came out to universal acclaim, they gutted the studio, laid off like senior man, like the guys that had been running the show, the Destiny ship, like Luke Smith, who's been at the forefront of keeping Destiny or trying to make Destiny good for 10 years. They're like, you're fired. Fuck off.
Smart.
The music, the main composer, Marty.
Yeah, that was crazy,
Michael Salvatore doing like some of the best work in video game music, fired. Fuck him, and it's like, so you have this beautiful, like genuinely, like actually kind of emotional end because it's like a 10-year thing that is finally being like closed. And almost like to the day, like the final boss fight released to everyone, like, and it was, I think, maybe even the same Saturday that there was that E3 2014 like alpha look at Destiny that I remember you and I played for like an afternoon in July, and that was like just coincidentally happened to be when like the finale of the game happened 10 years later, like to the day or within 3 days, which was weird coincidence. And it was just a very, very positive ending to a game that I have enjoyed a lot of. And then they just gutted the studio and have been like tanking Bungie. The CEOs have just been tanking that studio for like the last 8 months, and it's very sad to see. Will I play the next expansion? Yes, probably.
There's another one?
Yeah, but I still don't even know. They haven't said what it even is. It's like a code name, Frontiers, I think it's called. It is theoretically coming out like this summer, but they have not shown it at all. And there will be another raid in it and these sorts of things. But it's, like, yeah, I'll keep checking it out, of course. But the sort of like my desire to keep up with Destiny has sort of ended now because of that sort of grand finale. And it was grand. It was like genuinely awesome. And they nailed it. They stuck the landing. Which is kind of like the impossible thing to do when you have had so many ups and downs, to actually stick the landing. So it was good. It was a very positive thing, but it is sad to sort of see it, as always with Destiny, turn negative, and the future just be constantly being like, we're working really hard to improve the game, and it's like, oh my god, you guys, it's been 15 years, like, wrap it up, or I don't know. And there will never be a Destiny 3, it sounds like, which is just the dumbest thing probably any company has ever decided to do, but here we are. So maybe.
So but what's next then? What do they do with Destiny? They can't just end it.
That's a great question. Yeah, I don't think they have decided yet either.
Okay.
That's sort of what everyone's been wondering about since like July of last year. Yeah, is like, what are you guys doing next? Like, where are we going? And they're like, Star Wars. Microtransactions, are those cool? And it's like, no.
Yeah.
So Destiny's been like mentioned probably on every list since we started doing this, or since 2014. So maybe this is the last time. Maybe.
Or maybe next time we both talk about it.
Or maybe next time we're just like, we got so into it and we're like, this is the game. It's always they finally did it.
Who knows?
13 years later.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Probably not. No.
But yeah, that was a major like 3-week thing, and it was good. It was positive until it wasn't, as is the case with everything Destiny. So
rough timing on that one.
Yeah, a lot of just big sad energy last year with lots of the video game industry, but it was punctuated with some high points, which was nice.
True. Is that the last one?
Yeah, that was my last one. Yeah,
same.
I think we finally finished talking about how much we don't want to talk about our top 5. I don't know. Whatever the last 2 hours was.
All right. I think we're going to do things a little differently this time around. We're going to do our honorable mentions of the year before we dive deep into our top games in the list format. Usually we do honorable.
It's a hard word to say, isn't it? Those two words together.
Oh, God. Usually we do our honorable mentions at the end of the video, usually just because it's like a quick little end of the video chat, like 10 minutes of listing off things, that just didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
But this year we just haven't done as many podcasts, we haven't done our usual review format, the tower has been shut down, so there's going to be just like a lot of fresh chats coming up, which might result in, honorable mentions being a bit of a chunky portion of the video. So, I just thought it'd be a bit weird to have like 40 minutes talking about smaller games after, listing our top game of the whole of the year.
No, I think it makes sense to do it beforehand, even though there might be a few instances where it's like, well, wait, I have that game. That I might want to talk about that later, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, but,
but that
it's fine.
actually does happen when one of us says a game on our list earlier than someone else.
Exactly.
They kind of have to bite their tongue a little bit.
Yeah.
So, do you want to just dive in?
Let's do it. I have two, proper honorable mentions that are going to be a discussion, and then two that are, quick little ones. I don't know what yours looks like.
Yeah, reasonably the same. Two,
Okay.
I have chunky things to say. One that I'm going to bite my tongue on, and I'll get to that. And then three, indie game chunks.
Okay. Yeah, let's you go ahead and, we'll just go back and forth. How about that? We'll start with the quick ones.
Okay, starting with the quick ones. I am going to start with a shout out to kind of like a new multiplayer genre, at least for us. And that is Liar's Bar and Buckshot Roulette.
Right.
I think both came out this year. I missed, and I think you also missed, the Among Us wave of 2021, I think.
Still don't know how that game works. I've never seen 2 minutes of gameplay of it.
Yeah. But I feel like there was the inevitable copycats of Among Us, where it was the exact same format. And as time has gone on, people have figured out that, you know what, friends just like betraying other friends, but let's do it in a more interesting way, or a different way from the Among Us format. And the big one was Liar's Bar. That's the one that we played together as a group, and I played a bit of Buckshot Roulette just kind of on my own, and with just some randoms online. But yeah, it's just a cool new area of multiplayer gaming that's just kind of come up in the last few years. I feel like multiplayer gaming is frequently quite stale at the moment, at least when it comes to innovations and new ideas. And every now and then the indie scene comes up with a concept which is just a little fresh and different, and there hasn't been a whole lot. The only two I can really think of that have worked for me since Battle Royale took over the world is the weird co-op horror thing that's going on post-Phasmophobia. And then there was Among Us, and this kind of feels like tailing after that type of stuff. And yeah, I'm enjoying both of them. I probably would put Liar's Bar above Buckshot Roulette. It's just a bit more accessible, and I like the kind of style of Liar's Bar. Although Buckshot is a weird, garish game that I actually really like the style of. I'm not sure if it would work for everyone, but I kind of like icky, grindy, messy art styles, which will come up later for a specific game. But yeah, just a quick shout out to those two games. We had a couple of amazing sessions with Liar's Bar, especially the one we did before Christmas, where I got a little tipsy on drinking wine, and yeah, some crazy shit went down during that session.
Yeah, I think we might have to have just retired from it because we had the triple kill basically happen multiple times or something. It was wild, yeah. And we all have Buckshot Roulette, but it's just a matter of getting everyone together to play it, which I do look forward to. I'm curious to try it out.
It's good. It's very similar to Liar's Bar, but a bit more logical, which I think will obviously maybe not connect with some people in the group as much. I like the chaos, and and Buckshot is a lot about tracking numbers and statistics, and it's very easy to lose focus of what's going on with the gun. and then you end up shooting yourself in the face because you could have sworn that this bullet was a blank, but then you forgot about this and that. And yeah, I think it would be fun if we do a buckshot roulette session together.
Nice. Yeah, very quickly, I sort of remembered it at the last minute because I only played an hour of it, but it was it made an impression. It's just a matter of, it's a real hassle to play this game, which is the Metro VR game called Metro Awakening.
Yeah.
I randomly set up my VR headset one day, like on the weekend, like in November, and played it. I mainly have an itch to replay Half-Life Alyx, but VR is just it's such a hassle, man. Even though I have the headset that's really easy to set up, my office is just not dimensionally quite good for that, and I have two monitors.
Because you have a normal house, probably.
Yeah, and I have two big monitors that I would absolutely put my fist through.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, Metro Awakening was the scariest game I played this year, and probably the last few years, and I only played an hour of it, and nothing really happened. It was just like the generic little, rabbit enemies in Metro just sort of popping up like they do and scaring you a little bit. And Metro is intense in 2D, and when translated to 3D, it's a goddamn nightmare.
Yeah.
But it was not like a Half-Life Alyx tier game, of course, but it seems cool, and I will play it at some point. And it sounds like the worst thing ever in terms of horror.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea where that game goes. I'm just thinking about like general Metro stuff and the tension that comes playing those games, and then applying that to 3D immersion just sounds bad. It sounds bad, but in a good way, because like horror is dead basically, and like really actually scary games are so uncommon. So it really stood out. I was like, oh shit. I stopped playing. I was like, I don't want to fucking touch this for like a month.
VR horror is just like horrific.
Yeah, it's inescapable.
But it just triggers your actual real fight or flight response. Like,
right.
For me, 2D horror games, they just don't do a lot for me anymore. And maybe that's just because of the design of the specific games. Or just like I've got a thick skin from playing too many of them back in like the days of me making my silly YouTube videos.
Yeah.
But the last thing I can remember about VR horror was getting maybe 45 minutes into Resident Evil 7.
Oh yeah, in VR.
God, and just the part where I knew that I can't remember the wife's name in Resident Evil 7, where she
Mia. Mia? I don't know. Whatever, yeah.
The part where she runs up the steps in the dark and grabs Ethan. I was just like looking down that staircase and I just couldn't do it. It's like forcing yourself to walk into traffic because it feels so immersive once you're there. And I'm not sure I ever played VR horror again because it doesn't feel like a game. It feels like a real fun. Danger.
Yeah. But like the immersive qualities of Metro, like that's the appeal of it, is because you sort of get that, in the 2D sense, you sort of get an extra level of immersion. And so, going full immersion for Metro is something I will definitely explore more.
Yeah, at least you have a gun, right?
Yeah, you still have a gun. Like, it's still Metro, 100%. Like, I was scavenging for material, for ammo, putting on my gas mask and all that stuff. But
that sounds fun, yeah.
Yeah. But the little goobers popping up just scared the fucking shit out of me every time that happened. It was kind of traumatizing, but in a way that was like exciting,
Yeah, I remember the level from Half-Life Alyx with like the black head crabs, that are like broken down hotel. My God.
Yeah.
That fucked me up.
Yeah.
I have like a specific section dedicated towards indie games that were great, but were so short they're like hard to recommend.
Sure, yeah.
Which is Pepper Grinder and Children of the Sun. Those are two games, kind of bunched together. Pepper Grinder is like a little 2D momentum action game.
Yeah.
Which was super sick, but was about 2.5 hours long. And Children of the Sun was like super hot mixed with a sniper rifle.
Oh, that game. Yeah.
It was really, really cool. Maybe the best art style of the year, and like a really interesting take on, I don't know, I was going to say a puzzle shooter. It's not really a genre that exists. It was just like a creative and interesting puzzle game.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, man. It's just really frustrating when someone comes up with this really intelligent and interesting game. They figured out the art, they figured out the gameplay, but it just ends after 2.5 hours for like $15, and you can't really recommend $15 for 2 hours anymore in this economy. They're not on Game Pass, so I don't know. They're just like two games in really awkward places that I just feel like everyone should play. But I don't know. I just wish, why didn't they just like delayed it by a year and just like put more levels in so it's like a 5-hour thing? Because some people, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to ramble on about game length because that could be its own podcast. But yeah, really sad when the credits rolled on both of these games because they're great. Great styles, great design, but just so short. Like, if you come up with a banger, like, why don't you just, like, keep going, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Game development is confusing. People have bills to pay, so I don't know. I don't want to be judgmental.
Yeah.
I am frustrated from the perspective of a fan of both of these.
Mm-hmm. I really look forward to playing Pepper Grinder. I will buy it. I'm sure, like, in the spring sale, it'll be $5, and that is, like, the perfect price. So, yeah, and I remember you playing Children of the Sun, but it was like for one stream, and then I never heard about it ever again, and we didn't do a podcast, obviously. Right. So I never got a sense for if that game was any good or not.
It's sick, dude. Yeah,
sick. I've put it on my wish list as well. But yeah, it's 20 Canadian, and it's like,
It's very super hotty. Like, different enemies require you to do different things with the bullet. Like, you got to charge up the bullet for people in armor. You got to choose your route. Eventually, there's like bubble shields and like birds and just, I don't know. It's really, really bizarre and cool.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, yes, right. This was Riven, the remake of Riven. Boomer game alert.
Yeah, OG Boomer game.
Yeah, this is the sequel to Myst, which came out the year I was born, and Riven came out when I was 4, so 1997. I thought I hadn't played much of Riven when I was young, but I definitely had because so this is a full 3D Unreal Engine 5 remake of that game, and playing it over Christmas, I was like, oh, I actually have like very strong memories of this game as well, which was interesting to sort of like unlock, 25-year-old memories. Yeah, so the original game was it was 97, so like computers sucked. And so everything was pre-rendered video that you would click on, and it was, a 3D game world, but presented in video form, right? And like postage stamp video form, because that was, and it's a clever way to get like really good graphics, quote unquote, for the time. But it's obviously, very limited. So this is the full 3D remake of that, and it's really amazing how like fresh that game still is. In pretty much every way. Like, artistically, it's incredible. It's probably, like, my favorite looking game from last year. It just is, like, this weird, like, alien human world. Like, in the way that Dune is, like, these are, like, obviously things that people build, but it's so detached from our reality that humans feel like aliens, and that's the case with this. There's just a lot of just, like, why would they build this way? It doesn't make sense, but also it sort of does make sense.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, but the further in I got, the more and more the 1997 point-and-click adventure game-ness of it came to the surface. They did change puzzles and stuff and modernize some of it, but they tried to keep it, fairly accurate to that original experience. And boy, let me tell you, puzzle games in 97 very different from today.
Yeah.
And I unfortunately got to a point about 8 hours in where I was like, there was a good guide that was sort of like give you hints of and point you in right directions that I was using, and it was really good. And then I got to a point where I'm like, I just have to read a guide and follow it directly to beat this, and that's not going to be fun or interesting to do. And so I stopped. But yeah, it was striking to go back to. It's a beautiful, weird world, and there's still nothing like their style of puzzle games. Everything is just this big, weird, mechanical, obtuse thing, and none of it really makes sense, but also it all sort of does make sense. Yeah, it was cool to revisit. I still think we talked about it years ago on it was an honorable mention years ago for me with their game Abduction.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, because I did play that. I didn't finish it because I got stuck.
Right.
Didn't know what the fuck I was supposed to do. So I don't know.
I would say that's still their best game and also their easiest game in terms of comprehensibility. I think I got through it without a guide, or if I had hints, it was just a few little ones. And so like Myst, was their first and Riven was their second, and it's just it's a very specific vibe and style and pace, and they've got some good quality of life features in there, but it is still like you sort of have like 7 islands or 5 islands that you go between, and getting from one island to the other, like it takes like 5 fucking minutes, and then you unlock quote unquote fast travel, and it takes the time down to like 3 minutes to get from one island to the other, and you're like, my brain just is not built for this style anymore, as much as I enjoy a lot of parts of it. So I would not recommend it to pretty much anyone unless you know exactly, like, unless you're one of the people that like played these growing up, right, and know exactly what you're in for, which is, I do think there's a version of the game that's like fairly coherent and modern, but they'd have to rebuild like every aspect of it, and then it would be it would be a different type of remake, right? It's either the like 1-to-1 remake with a few changes, or it's like a complete like Resident Evil 2 remake style, where it's like we're just spiritually remaking this entire game from top to bottom, and they don't have, that's very resource intensive for something that's very niche by today's standards. Riven ain't no Resident Evil in terms of sales, that's for sure. So, but yeah, really a weird, cool game from top to bottom. And my only big negative is that they got rid of all the FMV characters, which was sad, because all the storytelling, all the characters you would encounter were full motion video of like the developers in silly costumes on a green screen, and I get it. You can't, like, those were shot probably on VHS in the 90s, so you can't use that in an Unreal Engine 5 game now. It would look just fucking terrible. But their FMV characters is like one of the most charming things in those games to me. Yeah, Riven, very cool, and old.
And old, yeah. I'd like to give Myst a go one day.
Yeah.
I'd probably never finish it, but...
No, you'd have to use a guide, yeah. Riven is, like, the better game pretty much across the board as well, like, in terms of just art and puzzle and world design and everything. But, yeah, Myst is, like, one of those big tentpole, sort of iconic old games that then... It's so different from something like Doom, where, like, Doom is still relevant and, like, created an entire genre, whereas Myst was, like, the most popular thing of all time, and then it went away forever. And I sort of understand why, because it's so obtuse, but it's cool to go back to and get that very different feel and experience. So
I'm also like hard committing to like a no guide like pledge for a while, like an abstinence from game guides, so I could be stuck in Myst forever.
Yeah, you'd probably walk around for 25 minutes and then be like, I have literally no idea what to do.
Yeah.
That's how Riven went for me. Like, the very first thing in the game, I was like, I have no idea what to do. And then I looked up a guide, and it was like, oh, I just missed this one simple thing. And it's one of those things where you're like, you would find it if you kept coming back to it, like, every day and just poking at, like, every corner of the environment.
Which is the design, like, the purpose, right?
Exactly, yeah. But it's like, I don't have time. I have, like, 6 days off here. I just want to chillax in a single player puzzle game. I don't need to spend 40 hours playing Riven. It's not I didn't spend $100 on it. It's not my one game for the year in 1987. Yeah. So
okay. I've got a very quick one. I just want to give a shout out to World of Goo 2.
Yeah.
I played World of Goo 1 and 2 back to back. Never played World of Goo, the original, and then the second game just came out this year after like 13, 14 years or something ridiculous.
Yeah, no, oh wow, World of Goo came out in 2008. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
17 years?
Yeah, 16, 17 years? Yeah, that's crazy.
And they're both really cool. I'm a big fan of Polybridge, the original one, and World of Goo kind of follows that philosophy, but is a lot looser with what it can do with the idea of physics and building bridges. Polybridge is just, you're just building bridges the entire time. It's a good game, but World of Goo is like fantastical and bizarre and silly. And yeah, I just came away liking the World of Goo series actually more than the Polybridge series, and I would consider myself like a Polybridge fan and defender. And also, World of Goo 2 has the... how do I say this without like spoiling stuff? It has like the craziest game sequence of the entire year.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it has a sequence where I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was like, what is happening here? And yeah, that's all I'll say, because you'll know when you get to it, and it's just like such a weird, bizarre like meta commentary on like sequels and what they are, and it's like I don't know, it's cool, very cool.
I might
and
have
weird.
to look that up. I don't know if I'll ever play that because I played the first game, in 2010. I don't know if I have another one in me, but I think I just found it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I won't say.
Wait.
I won't say anything. It's
maybe I will play World of Goo 2.
And there's more to like that whole chunk as well. It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Very cool.
That's interesting.
Yeah. The only downside is it ends kind of abruptly before ramping up. The end of the original has a pretty difficult final stretch of levels, which I really appreciated, and World of Goo 2 just kind of ended. But yeah.
Oh, it's a fucking Epic Store exclusive.
I know, and it was like
fuck off.
It was so expensive as well, dude. Fucking hell. It was like £20 for like 6 hours. You do a whole thing on game prices and game length. Like it's just so all over the place at the moment.
It's crazy, yeah.
And Epic sucks as well.
Epic Store. God, I forgot that store existed. Okay, I have two big ones.
Yeah.
Do you want me to name them both and then we choose?
Oh. Okay.
How about I'll just tell you what both of them are, because we're gonna have to talk about both these games at some point. I'm not sure if one of them might be on your top 5. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
The two big ones for me that are honorable mentions that need to be discussed in extensive length are Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And Silent Hill 2.
Okay. We will be talking about Silent Hill 2.
Okay, that's what I thought. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah.
God. Okay, so first of all, I think it was a mistake on my part to play this in close proximity to Final Fantasy 17? 16? When? The one from 2023.
I don't know.
I'm looking it up.
16.
Final Fantasy 16. Okay. Because that came out in like summer 2023, and then Rebirth came out in like February 2024. So it was only like 7 or 8 months. And obviously, they're quite different games, and Rebirth is way better at everything than Final Fantasy 16, I would say, except for maybe the combat. The combat in 16 was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And some of the big boss fights obviously were amazing. But it's a lot of Final Fantasy in an 8-month period of time, considering I had only played one Final Fantasy in my life before, which was Remake, and that was in 2020. So maybe a little too much Final Fantasy at once, but most of my issue with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is that it's way too fucking big and long.
No way.
Yeah, obviously. And as all the things they added to it to make it big and long detract from all of the stuff in it that is actually really great. So like the stuff that's really great, the main story. Let me add an asterisk to that. The plot of the game is terrible and non-existent. It's maybe 2 hours of story stretched to 30 to 40 hours. Like the plot is literally just, what are the Dementors doing? We should follow them. That's the whole game. They just repeat that for 40 hours. But you get up to all sorts of fun shenanigans throughout the main story. There's lots of spectacle. The cutscenes, they actually make video game cutscenes entertaining because the camera moves in the cutscenes, which is a radical concept nowadays. Instead of just the static shot, reverse shot, over the shoulder, blah, 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 blah. This is how it's just so boring in every story game now. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is like, let's make anime cutscenes in 3D space and have a fucking riot constantly with these cutscenes. So it makes the storytelling fun, which is a positive. And yeah, there's lots of fun romps, locations, side diversions to the story. The spectacle is there. The combat's fun. There's one sequence later on, which is the worst thing from last year, which was chapter 11, just dog shit, and goes on for fucking ever, and you can't skip it because it's a main chapter. But aside from that, the main story is quite fun, and I focused, after about 10 hours, which I'll get to in a second, I focused exclusively on doing main story stuff, and ignored everything else in that game, and it made the experience way better. So I would say, if you ever get to it, just fucking do the main story, because everything else in the game is not worth your time. And the one other problem I would say I have with the main story stuff is that there's just a lot of mini games everywhere, and I don't really think mini games in general are good in video games. Most of the time you do them once or twice and you're like, oh, okay, sure, that was fun, whatever, fuck off. But Rebirth is like, let's do a minigame, a bespoke, like, unique minigame that doesn't repeat. We'll do it once, and we're gonna do a new one every, like, 45 minutes as part of the main story.
I see,
and there is certainly some charm to that, because they come up with a lot of fucking dumb bullshit, but they all suck. They are all terrible and not enjoyable at all. And it's just like, the combat is fun, the cutscenes are fun, why don't we stick to that stuff as opposed to like, it's a random turret sequence. Is this game built for turret sequences? No, but let's do it anyways, fuck it. There's something, respectable about that attitude, but it just doesn't work on that side of things. So yeah, I would say, like, there was a lot of fun to be had with Rebirth, but it was way too fucking bogged down. And the biggest bogged down is the fact that it's the most generic, by the numbers, Ubisoft 2015 open world game I have played in a very, very, very long time.
That's the thing. That is the thing.
It's shocking how... I just don't Oh, God. Okay, tell me to shut up in 3 minutes if I don't get to the end of my point here, but I don't understand why everyone is like, fuck open world Ubisoft tower games, fuck these all shit, it's terrible. And then you get Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out and it's like, this is the greatest video game I've ever played in my life. And it's like, no, it's not. It's a terrible open world game with some fun main story stuff. And I don't understand, like, the nostalgia blinders are insane to me with a lot of the reception to this game, because... like, I think it got like a...
people loved it.
It got like a 94 on Metacritic or something, which is just like, okay, like, calm down, everyone. It's fun. There's great stuff in here, 100%. The final boss, I have to say as well, incredible. It's like 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's wild. But, like, the open world stuff, oh my god. It's so basic and so repetitive. And there's so much of it. There are, like, 5 activities... times 50 times 6 zones.
Sounds good.
And none of them are fun or worthwhile doing at all. And they even have towers. They even brought towers back.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Like generic, they're just like little generic radio towers that you climb in 30 seconds. And every one of them is slightly different. But there are probably 400 of them in the game. Like, I don't, it's insane. There's so many... like generic little side activities everywhere, and I dabbled with them, for the first zone for the first 5 or 6 hours, and not a single one of them was compelling in any way. Like, not an interesting location that you find, not an interesting story revelation, not a fun gimmick, nothing. They were terrible. And then I decided, okay, I have to either stop playing this game outright or just do the stuff that's enjoyable, which is the main story stuff.
Yeah.
And once I made that transition, it was a good time.
I think that's how I played Final Fantasy 16, honestly. Like, I got to that point where I'm like, main quest time.
Yeah. I think I did the same as well, yeah. And it's just like, I get it. I get the fact that people want to spend $80 and have a game that will last them 150 hours. It's fine. It's fair. But man, I just have no interest in that stuff anymore. Get me the good stuff. And there is a lot of good stuff in there, but it's just... It's it's bogged, yeah, like I said, it's bogged down by a lot of weight around its neck. That includes the open world stuff and just like some languid pacing segments and just like, and also this, they did a good job in the first game of making the story stuff fun for idiots and people like us that have never touched or know nothing about Final Fantasy VII. And it felt like with Rebirth, they're like, oh, this is for the Final Fantasy VII super nerds only. And I was like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. There are fun things happening. The Tiger Man, Red whatever, is chatting. And then there's like this robotic cat with like an inflatable balloon animal as a party member. And like, they're great. And there's a lot of dumb bullshit here, but I don't know what the fuck any of it means or what's happening. And I feel like a lot of the promise of Remake, like especially near the end of that game, that I was really compelled by, like the ways they were messing with the story stuff, you know. I feel like all that just got thrown away for like, or they pivoted it to only being pleasing to people that have played like the entire Final Fantasy VII like extended multiverse of like Crisis Core and the movies and all these things, and I'm just like, you lost me completely here. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I ended at the point where I'm like, I'm like 50-50 on whether or not I even want to touch the final act, you know, game one that comes out in a few years. It's hard for me to say because it just feels like they sort of lost me after a certain point, which was disappointing because Remake was a really fun and refreshing experience from start to finish, and it might have been a right time, right place thing. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. It was on both of our top 10 lists, like 5 or 6, I think.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I want 2 more of them.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the first game is better in every way, I would say, except for maybe just like the sheer production scale of some of the story stuff in Rebirth is a lot bigger, but the first game was just a more focused experience that worked way better for me, and then Rebirth didn't, and I don't even know if I care anymore about the third one.
Yeah, I just preferred the more traditional JRPG format of here's like a new party of characters, you beat the game, and then it moves on to a completely different time with a new set of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that is literally what Final Fantasy usually does. And yeah, just the idea of stretching one game out to 3 it's interesting, and obviously would be pretty cool for previous fans of the original game. It's gonna be like the most substantial remake of all time, like just the scale of it.
Yeah, like you're feasting if you loved the original game. You know, I'm jealous of that, honestly.
But yeah, I don't know, it's just weird to play a game in like 2021 and then do you want to like do it again, kind of? It's like, nah, I'm like a different dude.
Yeah.
My brain is completely different and I'm like looking for different things. It's like, you took too long, man. Like part 2 of 3 in 2024, like, I don't know.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe. I might go back.
Yeah. I like, now that I know, I think if I do play the third one, it'll just be like I'm exclusively focusing on the A plot, and that's it. Because that game, the third game, is going to be even bigger than Rebirth. Like, they're going to have all these zones are going to be explorable as one massive open world for the third game, 100%. And so that it'll probably be 250 hours of side trash.
Yeah,
you know, which is great for the people that want it. Awesome. Fantastic.
I need like 2 years between every 50-hour, 60-hour JRPG I go for.
Yeah, and I think that was also a big part of it for me. It's just like Remake came out at the peak pandemic, everyone was miserable, and then here's this horny little game that everyone had a grand old time with.
That part sounds good.
And then it's like 4 years, you know, 3 years later, there's 16 I played all the way through, didn't think that was great, and then like 6 months later we're back in Final Fantasy again, and I think it's just, I bet if I had skipped 16, this would have hit way better for me as well. So we'll see. I don't think there's going to be like 17 and Reawakening Part 3 or whatever. I don't think those are going to be happening at the same time. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what the third game, I don't know. But yeah, a bit of a miss, and that was kind of sad, but also I had a lot of fun with it. So
there you go. What else can you want?
Yeah, there's some real weird, funny stuff in this game for sure. and a lot of it is worth seeing. But
I wouldn't say I'm not writing it off, you know.
No,
I might
wouldn't
get to it.
But it was definitely, different circumstances, different brain. Maybe it just, it would have landed better. But for right now, it was kind of ultimately a disappointment. And I remain confused by the "this is the best game ever" statements. But whatever.
People fucking loved it.
Most things people say confuse me now, so I just sort of stay quiet and nod my head.
Talking about games that I think reviewed really well, but I have mixed feelings on. I'm still positive on it. That these are our honorable mentions of the years. These are all games we liked. But very, very conflicted on Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which came out in 2024.
Right. Yeah.
Which was emulating the style they adopted for the Link's Awakening remake, but then spun it into a new thing where you play as Zelda and she is spawning objects to fight monsters and to solve puzzles. And I'm quite near the end. Anyone who's played the game on Lanayru Mountain, and I think I've got 2 things to do after that because I just looked at the contents of a guide because I'm a spoilery boy. Even though I said I was avoiding guides, I like to know how far through a game I am. I just want to know how far through I am, okay? Don't judge me.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I do that all the time. I'm just I want to know how much longer is left.
Yeah, if anyone wants to know how far through a game you are, it's a really good kind of gaming hack to open up a guide and just go to the content only.
Yeah.
Because then they just says all the levels without many spoilers. But anyway, so I am a pretty big Zelda fan. I think I have played every single one since honestly Ocarina. I think I've played them all. I haven't finished them all, but I've tried every single one. I think missed some of the Nintendo DS ones because I couldn't play them. But I really enjoy the format of Zelda. I wouldn't consider myself a super fan, but I just like puzzle adventure games, and these games just fit into what my brain likes. Echoes of Wisdom. This is a weird one, man. It's a really weird one. People really liked it, and it just doesn't really work in a lot of areas for me. Some of the areas are so fundamental that I'm actually it just doesn't feel very Nintendo at times because it just kind of sucks at parts of it. And the thing which I really don't like about this game is the way combat works. So if you haven't seen this game, you play as Zelda, and Zelda can't fight directly herself, which is pretty rude. I thought girls get it done, Nintendo, but I guess fucking not. So Zelda has to just spawn these monsters to fight for her, or she can enter this alternate state where she turns into the embodiment of Link, but it's a temporary blue bar, mana bar type situation where you can't always be in this Link state. And you're sometimes trying to preserve that currency for a boss fight, etc. So a lot of times you're just spawning monsters to fight other monsters, and it just sucks, man. The monster combat sucks. It's so slow and sluggish, and your monsters don't track other monsters. They're lock onto a monster, do a slow charge attack, but by then you're fucking trying to get a small bat which is flying around in the sky, so your stupid monster misses the bat, and you can't progress because it's a monster gate, so you're just stood there watching these two dumbass monsters miss each other over and over again, and it's so unfun at times that it just doesn't feel like Nintendo made it. Nintendo, it's what they do. They make fun, good, creative games, especially Zelda. It's the number one. And yeah, it's just so boring at times, the combat specifically I'm talking about, that it just feels like an idea which got out of hand.
Right.
Because I think the behind the scenes is this was supposed to be a Zelda dungeon maker, kind of like Mario Maker.
Right, yeah.
And they
started
didn't
off as
quite
Zelda Maker,
manage to make that idea land, so they pivoted the whole concept into this game. And I kind of like that. I like when developers try weird things and then they just go, fuck it, let's make it a full game. To me, we don't know this, but if we were to talk to From Software, I would bet that's where Night Rain came from. It feels like some weird experimental internal testing thing. And they were like, you know what, fuck it, this is fun. Let's just see if we can do something with that. And I think that's like a cool and open way to make games. It's just a weird, clumsy thing. Like, none of this game feels like super tight in a way I would expect from like a first-party Nintendo product. Let's move on to the puzzle stuff, because it's my favorite part of Zelda games all the time. Every single one of them, I'm there for the puzzles. And that's also a really mixed bag. It doesn't follow the traditional way of older Zelda games, where you go into a dungeon, you unlock a new item, like the hook shot, or the mirror shield, and the whole dungeon is designed specifically around this new item that Link has got. In this game, it's much closer to Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, where you are absorbing items and you are choosing ways that you want to overcome puzzles. It's a lot more dynamic and creative at times, but this is going to go back to a conversation from a few years ago where we talked about Tears of the Kingdom, and me and you actually had a difference of opinion, where I just wasn't liking the fact that you could break so many puzzles in Tears of the Kingdom, because I kept using the tools to break the puzzles, and I wasn't really doing anything that creative. I was just doing it the easiest way possible because I could. And in Echoes of Wisdom, or whatever this game's called, you can just like stack beds on top of each other and just jump over like every room in the game.
That's
like recently I was in a dungeon. Like I was in a dungeon and this Goron was like, if only you had wings that could help you across. And I was like, okay, there's like 2 things on the wall which are gusting wind, so maybe I'm supposed to spawn a bat, and then there's this power you can do in the game where you like lock onto an object or a creature's movement and kind of imitate it and absorb it, and you kind of, I don't know, anyway. And I was like, do I track the bat and fly through the air? And I couldn't figure out the puzzle, and the whole time I knew that I could just stack beds and get over this entire room, but I was trying to brute force my own brain into actually solving a puzzle, but I couldn't figure it out. So I just stacked 5 beds and just got to the other side of the room. And I know you like that type of stuff because you're kind of like using the tools to break the game.
Yeah.
But I like Zelda games for puzzles and interesting puzzle design in the dungeons. And there's just so many puzzles you can break by stacking water blocks and beds in a way which is just weird. But this is on my honorable mentions list, so it's got to be here for a fucking reason. There are moments of brilliance in this game. For me, they've been quite rare, but every now and then there is a puzzle where I'm literally just staring at it for like 15 minutes and I'm like, I have no idea how I'm supposed to get past this. I've tried stacking beds, it's not working. The only idea I've got for the whole game. And then there will be some sort of eureka moment that honestly sometimes surpasses what I went through in Tears of the Kingdom, where you really feel like, I don't know, am I like putting a plant on a trampoline and then getting this bat to fly around that pushes it, and you make like a Rube Goldberg machine which works. And there have been some moments of puzzle solving brilliance just because I've had like this bizarre idea and it's come together and worked. And that is why it's on my list, because there is something here. But it just doesn't happen that often for me personally. And maybe that's why this game has positive reviews, because when you create a dynamic puzzle system and a dynamic monster fighting system, there's a lot of different ways you can go about it, so maybe everyone's mileage varies in this game. But mine, maybe because of the choices I've been making, there's just been a lot of moments where I'm like, yeah, okay, that was it. And that has been complemented at times by moments, by like eureka moments where I feel like a genius. So yeah, it's interesting, and I have had some good times in it. And as the game goes on and I'm getting towards the end, the dungeons are getting more demanding. So like the last dungeon I just got to in the mountains has probably been my favorite so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to finishing the last chunk of it and seeing maybe if my opinion changes. But yeah, mixed bag, some cool stuff in there, but honestly, just the monster combat stuff is probably the low point for me. And like it's almost like I don't want to call it an open world, but you know what's like, it's Hyrule, and the game gives you the choice. Do you want to go to the desert? Do you want to go to the Gerudos? Do you want to go to the mountain? And you get to choose which way you go. You're traveling through Hyrule, Kakariko Village is there, the Lost Woods are there. and I just don't really want to explore anywhere in the world because there's nothing to do but fight enemies, and it sucks. So I'm just sprinting through Hyrule, doing Zelda's Little Twirl to go like a little bit faster and ignoring pretty much all the game because I don't want to interact with any of the world. I don't even know what rupees are for in this game. There's like a potion system which gives you 20 flasks which fully heal you all the time, so there's no like risk of dying. So yeah, anyway, I've been rambling for a long time because I'm just mixed. I'm very mixed on Echoes of Wisdom. It has some cool stuff in it, but just doesn't come together in a way which I really expect from a Nintendo first-party product. I think it's first-party anyway. Maybe it's a little sub-Nintendo section. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea how they work. But yeah, it's funny. I actually listened to a few discussions of it when it was coming out, and they were all fairly similar to what you just said there. So it's interesting. Yeah, it was very much like parts of it are awesome, and like the first few hours were really exciting, and then it just keeps fucking going and going, and it's the same thing. And yeah, that's interesting. It feels like, having not played it, but just from what you've said, it feels like a game that's like extra frustrating because you can see like a different version of it that would have been like really, really awesome, especially because they've got like cool systems in there. I guess that's sort of like the risk, I don't know, or the downside of a more systems heavy game is just sometimes those systems are just not gonna come together, right?
Yeah,
for someone, or either for an individual or for the game as a whole. Yeah.
It's also like, it's also a little cumbersome when it comes to constantly being in menus.
Right.
It's the exact same UI as Tears of the Kingdom. If you remember, like, attaching items to a bow in Tears of the Kingdom, you had to, like, hold up on the D-pad and, like, scroll through this big list. And there was, like,
very clumsy UI.
And you could sort through, like, you could sort from most recent, last learned, and it's the exact same thing in Echoes of Wisdom. And
no favoriting.
No, there actually isn't. There is a most used, which is kind of like a favorite list, a dynamic favorite list. I have sympathy because I personally don't really know of a better way to implement this amount of items that you can summon at any time. I don't know of a better way to do it. But in Tears of the Kingdom, and I think it was in Breath of the Wild, but on a smaller scale, it's just like a less used system. There's other stuff in those games. So you're still going through those menus in those games, and it's still a little cumbersome, but it is the whole game in Echoes of Wisdom. You are always spawning stuff, is the only thing you can really do. So yeah, you're just in those menus all the time, and after like 15 hours, I still just can't like efficiently get my brain into, I don't know, an organized state to efficiently do it. I like go to last learned, and then I'm like, oh, actually, I don't know when the last time I used the fucking spider, which lets me get to the ceiling, and I'm scrolling all the way back, and I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I have sympathy. I wouldn't know how to do it better, but you're in those menus a hell of a lot in those games. And yeah, anyway. This is supposed to be the best games of the year, so I'll stop dogpiling on Echoes of Wisdom, because I love the style that they've like figured out since Link's Awakening.
Yeah.
And it's still very charming, and there's some great puzzle stuff in there, and I just love like the homeliness of Zelda games and just being back in one. But yeah, just a bit of a messy one. I do like it though.
Really?
I do. I don't know, man. We do this all the time, I swear. Where it's like,
I know.
Games
it's
we
just
like,
easier to articulate issues than it is to articulate like why you like something. It's always hard.
It's like 2 minutes of being like, I like this, however, and 45 minutes of rambling.
I know. It's something I try to think about like every time. It's like, okay, I gotta get better about like articulating why something works for me, as opposed to just being like, I really liked it. Shame they didn't do this right.
Yeah, I know.
I know. It's tough.
There's some great puzzling in Echoes of Wisdom. There you go.
Well done, Nintendo. You did it.
Top game of the year. All right.
Yeah, I mean, my only other one was Silent Hill 2, so we're going to talk about that later, it sounds like. So
yeah, how do you want to approach this? Because I have two more on my honorable mentions for 2024.
Okay.
And I think they would be on your list.
Well, why don't you just say them, and then, I mean, who cares? Like, I think I know what they are, but...
It's Helldivers 2,
Right.
And Indiana Jones.
Okay, yeah. We could just start with our top 5 then?
Yeah, right? Because then we'll just naturally
Yeah.
talk about those games.
Right, at some point, yeah.
I think that works.
Sure. Sure.
Those games will be back.
Do you want me to start with my number 5? Because it's
Yes.
one of those 2 games you just said.
Okay. Oh yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Okay, we're in the top 5, everyone. Look at us go. This year is a weird one, but here we are. Helldivers 2, number 5. There you go.
Number 5.
We can talk about Helldivers 2.
Interesting. Okay.
So, this was the one that I actually waffled back and forth on a lot of whether actually I wanted it in my top 5, because the reality is 90% of my playtime with this was for work. Like, I actually didn't play this a whole lot for fun. And so that there's always that sort of disconnect. But, I mean, the reality is, like, I put it in the top 5 because I'm like, I'm like morally obligated to, you know? Like, it's
Yeah.
Helldivers, and it's sort of like, I sort of spent like 9 years telling people Helldivers was good, and then everyone was like, no, who cares about Helldivers? Helldivers 2, what's that? Looks dumb, no one's gonna play it.
Yeah,
and,
that was me.
Well, yeah. Well, and I mean, I've tried
it
to
did
get...
not sell well visually. It did not.
No,
it did
no.
not look fun.
They've never... It's always been a game that, like, is hard to sell people, I would say.
First trailer was, yeah.
The first game was the same way as well, where you look at it and you're like, it just looks like an isometric dual joystick shooter. Like, I don't know what the appeal is.
Yeah, it just looked like every indie game ever, really.
Right, yeah. And I think that's another part of why I was like, do I need to put Helldivers 2 on the list? Because it's like, I knew what it was going to be going into it. As soon as they showed it and they're like, oh, it's switched to like a big budget third-person shooter, but everything else just looks like Helldivers. So like, yeah, as a surprise in terms of like, oh, Helldivers is fun, I was like, yeah, I knew that in 2014. But as in the sense of like, wow, they sure did a good job translating this into like the game of last year, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
the only live service game to not shit the bed, really. At least new live service game, I mean.
yeah, like not only did they nail the live servicey parts of it, or, you know, they did, okay, they did not nail the live service parts of it, I would say, but they successfully launched a live service game and did not get shut down. So in that sense, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, they have jobs.
They have jobs and they are successfully continuing to develop the video game, and people are happy, which is, I mean, Jesus.
People are never happy, but, you know.
Well, you know, relatively speaking, compared to where they were like 8 months ago, people are pretty content with the state of Helldivers 2, which is a good thing. But, yeah, I really like a game that lets me just sort of like, okay, what's the right way to... See, this is the struggle of like, how do I explain things I like? I like when a game has these cinematic aspects to it that then work together very effortlessly to make it feel like you, the player, are having these sort of scripted, cinematic feeling moments all the time that feel bespoke to me. And I think that's a big part of, like, historically why I've enjoyed Battlefield, is just because it's like, there's a sense of just cinema when you're playing it, and it's like, either that's exciting to you or it's not, and it's fine if it's not, but those sorts of moments always work for me when the game is fun to play. And Helldivers 2 is a fantastic, like, third-person shooter, just mechanically, in terms of the guns, the impacts, the movement, and all that stuff. But it's also just like this effortlessly cinematic and funny video game.
All comes down to a good, like, physics engine.
Yeah, good physics engine and just like good design decisions. You know, they make a game where failure never feels like you've failed. It's like if you chuck a stratagem and then get, you know, trip on your feet and kill your whole team, you're like, in a different game that would be like if it was a battle royale, everyone would be at each other's throats. But in this, you're like, oh fuck, I just killed us all, my bad, it's fine, we're respawning. Little things like that, they make it so easy to just keep you going and keep that momentum going, and that's a really tricky thing to do, I would say. Mm-hmm. But most of the reason it just is on here is because it was just satisfying to see Helldivers blow up big and be successful, and it was just sort of like positive and reassuring and kind of exciting to see a studio go from like this niche isometric dual joystick shooter to like the game everyone wanted to talk about for 3 months. And I would say they nailed it in the sense of just like that transition.
Yeah.
And it's sort of shocking how effortless Helldivers 2 seems, where you're like, is this from a studio that's been making third-person shooters for 30 years? No, this is the first time they've ever made this third-person shooter. And they just like nail so many little things about it. I think as a game that I want to keep coming back to, it's less exciting to me just because A, I played Helldivers 1 and got a good 10 hours out of that and sort of had my fill. And B, it's mainly because they rely very heavily on the fact that it's just like a game you're meant to just repeat. And the horde shooter aspect, like all those things are sort of not super exciting to me anymore. But it's also one of those games where it's like whenever there's something new and exciting, like the new faction that they added 6 or 8 weeks ago, like I'm going to be there. I'm never going to uninstall Helldivers 2, right? Just because it's like when something weird happens, I want to hop in, play an hour and be like, Helldivers 2, great fun time. See you in another 5-6 months, whatever, however long it takes, I'll pop back in. They definitely had some struggles with the live service parts of it. I would say they've also not quite been as fast in delivering cool stuff as I would have hoped. But also I understand the difficulties in like ramping up production on that stuff because like everyone else, I think they didn't really expect this game to do huge numbers.
Yeah.
And there were obviously a lot of growing pains on their side, technically, and all these things, and figuring out, okay, now we have unlimited money. Now what do we do? Oh, I don't know. So the future of Helldivers 2 is maybe more exciting to me than the actual, like, the launch of Helldivers 2 ruled, and the future is really exciting, but then there's that middle period of just like, yeah, it exists. It was a really fun work game. I didn't actually play it all that much because it's a sort of samey experience moment to moment, but just a lot of very respectable, commendable game design going on to make something feel really good consistently across all difficulty levels, with randoms, with friends. Very complicated, small little things that you just take for granted that Helldivers 2 does everywhere. And yeah, it's a heck of a game that also wasn't that big of a surprise to me in terms of how good it was. I don't know. It's a weird one.
Yeah, it's probably my top honorable mention of the whole year. Like, it's the best game that doesn't work for me. I have enjoyed every session that we have played of Helldivers 2. I think it has some of the best, like, gun impact and gun feel of the year, or just like in first-person shooters. I think impact design is like an underrated part of making combat feel good.
Yeah.
And it just never gets boring to unload an LMG into one of the bugs and to see their armor like shatter and they blister and burst and bleed. And like even the robots are pretty fun the way they splinter and spark and kind of like disintegrate. It just feels punchy and heavy. And I don't usually like a heavier form of gameplay. But when you're just shredding through things which are like twice the size of humans, it just feels good. Because you would need something big and chunky to bring down these bastards. And yeah, from a co-op perspective, you've already said some of it, but like the reactive, tactile nature of it. I'm a weirdo. I like small things like if you want to load an anti-air cannon, you have to slowly pick up a shell and walk it and load it in. It just feels immersive. And you know, a fucking bomb hitting you and flinging you halfway across the map into another bug which stamps on you. There's just like these, like you said, chaotic, unpredictable cinematic moments that I really enjoyed. I can't get behind the model of, like you said, live service, repeating missions just to progress guns, armor, character. You know, the traditional live service model, I just can't get behind it. It's just not interesting to me. And it couldn't have really gone any other way because, like you said, they were a niche studio when they were making Helldivers 2. but I probably would have Helldivers 2 very high up my list if it was like closer to something like Warhammer, what's the one that came out this year? 40k2.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Where that game has a single player campaign, but you also do these things with your friends, co-op wise.
Right.
Or my dream would be something like, Remnant or even Returnal, where you're doing all these exciting combat missions against swarms of enemies, but there's an overall objective, a mini story integrated into it, boss fights, cinematic moments. If it was some sort of bigger hybrid type thing, rather than just do a bunch of horde-based missions with your friends, this would have been very high up my list. I don't know, man. I've just got that brain. I need a carrot on a stick. I need a reason to come back, something to be aiming towards. I like it when games end. That's my thing. I like going for a credit screen. I like going for a definitive ending. And obviously in multiplayer gaming, so you can invent those yourself. It just doesn't work for my brain. If this had like a campaign, I would have played it, had a really good time. But yeah, just not interested in fighting the bugs and robots because I was told to over and over again. It just doesn't work for me, unfortunately. But the design of the game and the gameplay is fucking awesome.
I'm pretty much the same way. Like, the horde shooter thing has sort of confused me in some regard. Because there have been so many of them in the last, 6-7 years. But on the one hand, I get it. It's like low investment or lower investment on the development side, lower cost of entry for a player.
Yeah.
And, you can just hang out with your friends and shoot things. And obviously lots and lots of people like to do that. And that's totally understandable. But yeah, I'm sort of similar where it's like the moment to moment gameplay is really fun, but it's sort of not really for anything.
Right.
And even though they handle all their battle pass stuff really smartly, there is not much progression to it, which is sort of too bad. The first game actually I remembered had sort of skill trees for weapons that you would unlock by using them, which is a thing that I feel like this game would benefit from. It would have at least got me a little more invested in, using a gun and wanting to unlock stuff. But it's sort of just, once you've unlocked the stratagems you want, you kind of just, there's nothing really there. It's just you play the game, and it's obviously very fun to play, but it's just not, there's not a tremendous sense of progression or reason to keep coming back to it for me as well.
I want raids.
I know, it'd be so sick.
Give me a unique planet with a unique boss, and you have to earn specific stratagems to have any chance of getting through it.
Yeah, there's a lot of avenues they could go down, and I'll be curious to see, now that we've sort of crossed the 1 year mark of the game being out, I'll be curious to see what the next, this year for the game looks like.
Is there a roadmap?
No, I don't think so. I think they like being really secretive and just being like, ta-da, the new enemies are out,
Yeah.
Without any sort of hyping it up. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they have in store, but obviously they're going to be working on stuff they're going to be supporting this game for ages. It's managed to remain popular for a year, which is more than almost everything out there in existence. So
more than Call of Duty, more than
just a nice feel-good story for the year, for sure. In a year where everything was collapsing, and specifically Sony live service games were just legendarily disastrous. The fact that this one came out and succeeded so substantially is it is a reminder that there is something to be said for the live service, right? There is something there that's interesting.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, there is obviously room for new ones as well. But it has to be so specific and unique and well made, and Anyways, that's a whole other 4-hour discussion that we do not need to have.
No, please no.
No.
All right, starting off my list, my number 5 is actually one we have talked about, and I think it will probably come up later for you as well. It is Dragon's Dogma 2.
Right, yes.
I think, was this the last game we had a proper chat about for the tower?
It was the final entry for the tower, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want a really long, extended review chat about Dragon's Dogma 2, I guess we can put a link down below. It's kind of an old format now, the last of its kind.
47 minutes for Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah, 47 minutes of Dragon Dogma 2 chat if you want it. But I will obviously give some clip notes. Dragon's Dogma is kind of like a cult classic thing, and I still enjoy just being able to partake in any new area of video game culture that I haven't personally touched yet. Like I'm looking forward to Metal Gear Solid 3 this year. We're going to get onto Silent Hill 2. I know I'm kind of just listing remakes, but what I'm trying to say is I just like getting to things that I missed.
Totally.
And a lot of people said that Dragon's Dogma 2 was actually very similar to Dragon's Dogma 1 in its design. I think for returning fans that was a negative, but for us, I don't know, it kind of worked out well for us.
Yeah, totally.
Because I missed Dragon's Dogma, the original, and yeah, I'm very happy to have played Dragon's Dogma 2. It would have been higher up on my list if it wasn't for how my personal playthrough ended.
Yeah.
Which we can get to. Let's say some good things about Dragon's Dogma 2. I think the combat in this game is kind of awesome. I can't remember what weapons I used. I remember using the big sword, like the almost Cloudbuster type sword.
Right, yeah.
And I think what surprised me about Dragon's Dogma 2 is how like cartoonish and elaborate some of the attacks were. It almost reminded me a bit of some of the Monster Hunter stuff. Like I remember having a move where I could charge forward with this giant sword like it was a spear, and enemies would be kind of punctured onto it as I kept running, like skewered onto it. And then you like fling them off into a wall. And it had like a almost comical aspect to the combat. Again, quite ragdolly like Helldivers. I have many clips of me fighting a monster and it just chucks me off a cliff to my death, and it's just kind of fucking hilarious, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, great weapon variety. Not the best monster variety, but I still had a really good time fighting all of them. I think I will always inherently like climbing up a big beast and stabbing it in the back of the head. It's just like a childish, silly thing that I enjoy and have always enjoyed. For me, I think the thing that I appreciated and respected the most about Dragon's Dogma 2 was actually one of its more controversial design decisions, and that was the limited fast travel stuff. When the game first came out, that was a big no-no for a lot of the gaming community because, you know, Capcom were selling fast travels in the store. But if you played the game, it was actually really nice having fast travel be a limited currency. I think they got the balance quite right as well, where it wasn't super rare, but also because it is limited, a lot of the times you just decided to go on a journey on foot by choice, and then these, you know, natural adventures would occur, and that's how you discovered new things. And I just thought it was a really clever way to kind of push the player into going on journeys where in other games, if there was fast travel, you would have done A to B once and then never done it again, because you can just fast travel between A and B. And forcing yourself to go along these roads multiple times will just give you like a new appreciation of the land, because it has great world design, this game. And it just led you on these long-winded adventures. And I don't want to go back too far, but I remember talking about Starfield, and the thing that I was really annoyed about that game is it seemed to have no respect for the idea of the wandering journey.
Yeah.
Which is really weird because fucking Bethesda basically invented it.
Yeah.
But the best thing about RPGs for me is I like having a plan to go to B, and then all along the way I go and C, and then I do D, and then E, and then I forget what B even was 6 hours later. That's like the natural storytelling aspect, which like is beautiful about this genre. And I feel like it's getting lost, honestly, in modern gaming. And Dragon's Dogma, it's just Japan, really. They're the only people that are like preserving just like player discovery and allowing people to do it themselves. Like Western games are just so like you're on a chain and it's like here's where you go and here's what you do. And Japan is like the only people, they're the only developers that just seem to have respect for video game players anymore. And just like let me wander off and get into trouble, and all my pawns are dying, and I'm running out of food, and I don't know where I am, and there's 2 giant headed snakes coming after me, and it's my fault because I decided to go this way because of X and Y. Anyway, I'm rambling, but just to inspire adventuring in your adventure games.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
And that's the thing that I really loved about Dragon's Dogma 2. It's like a soul which has been lost to time, and with modernized, cleaned game design. And yeah, I'll list off some things because that's my main point that I loved about Dragon's Dogma 2. The pawn system just came out of nowhere.
It's so
this weird is asymmetrical multiplayer like the right way to put it?
I guess so. Yeah, kinda.
It feels like a Kojima system. It's really like...
Oh, it's definitely a Strand game.
A Strand game, yeah, because I didn't know about it before we started playing. And then when I was creating a pawn, I was like, wait, can I see other people's pawns? And then they're just naturally in your world, and you can like borrow your friends and level up your friends' pawns. And it's just weird. And you also have very like interesting moments with your pawns where they can like chuck you up and help you get to like certain places. Really interesting and creative multiplayer-esque system in this weird niche Japanese RPG.
Yeah.
Was like one of the most bewildering and surprising gameplay systems of the year. And really enjoyed messing around with that. But for anyone who missed my rant in the tower, this game didn't have a warning system for when you go towards the end game. In an RPG, you get locked into the end of the main quest. And I just stumbled into it by accident in Dragon's Dogma 2, way before I wanted to, and before I had explored like half of the map.
Yeah.
And by the time I came out on the other side, the sky was red in my world. The whole, like, oh, God, I'm still fucking pissed off about it, man. I'm really pissed off about it. And I'd entered into like a weird, I think you've gone through it, so you'll know it better than me, but it's like this weird endgame state where the game's just different. I don't want to spoil too much in case you haven't played it, but the game's different, it's transformed, and I couldn't do like the stuff I wanted to do, the stuff I had on my list, and I just kind of accidentally cut my own journey short, and I was enjoying it, and I wanted to keep going, and I can't remember how the save system worked, but I'm pretty sure that was it. I was locked into this this red, shit, murky world, which is like full of dragons now, and I don't know, I thought the end boss sucked as well, but it might be because I went in too early, underleveled, but overall, I am just happy to have experienced like a weird cult classic thing. Dragon's Dogma 2 was cool, and I would probably check out Dragon's Dogma 3 as well, just because it's a weird, strange thing. And nowadays, AAA stuff is not very creative and different, and Dragon's Dogma 2 has its own like style and thing going on.
I wonder if there'll be... I guess the first game got a big DLC that really, sort of... It was like the 1.5 edition of that game. And I wonder if they'll do that for 2, because it sold... Like, this game sold crazy well, which I feel like most people probably got tricked. Because this game is not for most people at all. Like, when you look at the game on Steam, it's got, like, very mixed reviews. And I can definitely understand that. Because you look at it... Like, a lot of the trailers were really good, and you're like, oh, this looks like a cool... Skyrim, and it's such a weird fucking video game. But yeah, I would be very curious if they do a DLC to sort of like a remixed version of that game, because I would definitely go back to it. As you said, it will come up again later for me, but the game I like when a game doesn't communicate to the player much, but I do think in all scenarios, every game, when there is a world-changing event and a linear story section that leads you to that, they should put up a big fourth wall breaking thing that says, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Because if you had not done that, I was like the next day going to start that same quest that you started on, that you thought, oh, it's just a little, you bring the sword, deliver the sword. Okay, sure, yeah, why not? Like, I would have started that and had the exact same trajectory you had if you had not warned about that. And that just sucks. Like, it's just shit. Like, just put a thing in so that people can know when they're going to hit the railroads that change the game.
That would have been nice.
Yeah. That's just one of those things where you're like, come on, guys. But, as a game about going on adventures, it was like really the only one last year, and there's a game out in 2025 that is sort of similar in some regards, but yeah, just the sense of walking around, getting distracted, and getting into just weird hijinks
and trouble.
And
that
trouble
world can be dangerous.
Oh yeah,
and fucked up.
Yeah, and getting into trouble, and then finally like staggering back into the town. And just like the sort of relief, of being like, Oh, I'm home again. Okay, fuck. Holy shit, that was a lot. Unmatched last year. Unmatched in the last few years, because most games, like some games with big systems and going on journeys like Tears of the Kingdom, you know, there's not really any risk in Tears of the Kingdom. Risk is a fun factor to add to adventure games, or to adventures in games. And it was a very, very unique and fun systems-driven game for me, and I very much enjoyed it, and will say something more coherent later on, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Number 4. My number 4 is a small indie game that I did mention in the Discord a little while ago called Arco, A-R-C-O.
Oh, I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so like it was. I should specify this did come out in 2024, but I think I played it almost in its entirety in January of 2025. But you know, who cares?
You're breaking the rules.
I'm breaking all the rules. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably have had 5.
Okay,
but
fair
much
enough.
like your sort of Hollow Knight discussion, which I will avoid getting into because I definitely did not play all of Hollow Knight since we last talked. Anyways,
people don't know we're recording this in bunches. You're breaking the fourth wall. No, I mean, when it comes to Indiana Jones, you know, it's gonna happen.
Well, yeah. Arco was sort of the game that got me sort of back on the indie train. It was like, oh, indie games are nice, and I do enjoy them. It was another Steam Deck experience, but it was definitely the one that got me back into enjoying indie games. Now, Arco is an interesting little thing. It's made by like 5 people. I had never heard of it until I heard it on a different Game of the Year podcast. It got mentioned, and I thought, oh, I'll look it up. There's a few different indie games that got mentioned that I have added to my list. You know, like we talked about, Discovery is hard. And this is it's like a 12-hour turn-based-ish strategy game revenge story set in a sort of fantastical version of, I don't know, Colombia, Mexico, Southern America, at the turn of the last century when the oil rush was starting and everything was sort of falling apart, and the evil oil companies were coming in and fucking things up. It is, the primary reason it's on here is because of cool, interesting combat. Like I said, it is a turn-based strategy, but it is a, what's the best way? It's simultaneous turn-based strategy, which is to say that when you are executing your turn, the enemy is also executing their turn at the same time. So there's very little downtime, and it sort of does away with like a lot of the turn-based strategy, I don't know, negatives, which is to say lots of you sitting there doing nothing.
It feels like everyone's trying to like figure out how to break away from that mold. That's like the new thing with the genre, is like, let's make it turn-based but also not.
Yeah, like let's make it a little more engaging as a video game instead of just like you play for 10 hours and actually only 4 of those are you doing anything. So it's, and it also does away with the like XCOM, you know, dice roll percentage stuff. There's no 99% chance to hit and you miss. None of that is in there. The way it works is you have a good way to explain it is like, if I'm going to shoot a gun at an enemy, I will also know exactly what that enemy is doing, and when I spend my action point of shooting the gun, whatever the enemy's going to do is it's going to execute at the exact same time, and you have to sort of plan not for your current step, but your next step after the enemy does something at the same time. It makes a lot more sense when you just see it in motion.
Yeah.
But it results in a turn-based strategy game that is very action-y, very action-oriented. And then it's wrapped in this overall sort of 3-act structure where you play as 3 different characters, all sort of going on a different revenge tale that all sort of intersect near the end, which is, you know, sort of irrelevant to this. But and each of those 3 characters has a completely unique sort of play style and skill tree, and so it's like 4 hours of you starting at being shit, building up and learning how to play a character, and then sort of switching to a new character, restarting that for another 4 hours, and then doing that a third time. And then at the end, sort of all of them come together, and they're all, powerful and get to wreak havoc on the evil oil people. But yeah, it was just a very surprisingly enjoyable experience from start to finish. It looks like fantastic. It's this beautiful pixel arty style. The music is lovely. It just has a nice vibe to it, even though it's a surprisingly dark and serious thing at times. It doesn't take itself too seriously, but it also doesn't stray into that like indie realm of haha, aren't we writing witty, clever things? Oh, memes and all that shit. It treads a decent line there. There is a fair amount of story stuff in it, which I was at the time not interested in general, not necessarily for this game, but this game did a good job of keeping me engaged. I think I learned that part of my issue with stories in games is I don't like it, the passive nature of storytelling nowadays in games, where it's just you just sit there and watch talking heads talk at each other for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And so this is, because it's a tiny game, it's all just text, like Nintendo style, one sentence at a time. And so that just means I have to read. And that alone was enough to just make me read the story and pay attention to the story, because it's snappy, one sentence at a time. You don't have to wait for the dialogue to, scroll across the screen or anything. And it was surprising to me just how much it kept my attention, despite, at the time being like so done with video game storytelling. It's tricky to, again, I think it sells itself pretty well by just looking at it and trying it. And I should say also it had a demo. It has a demo, still does, on Steam. That is like I think it's almost the entire first act of the game, which is like 3 to 4 hours long. And that was what got me to play it. I installed the demo after hearing about it, played that all in like one sitting, was very struck by how solid it was, and then bought the game, and the save just transitions into the main game.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is another one of those things I wish more games did.
Yeah,
especially smaller games. Like, obviously for Pepper Grinder, you can't have a demo because that would be like 40% of the game. But I feel like indie games and indie games would benefit from more demos, and they do that for Next Fest, which is great. But a lot of the demos in Next Fest go away, and it's like, why? I don't understand. Like, I want to try your game, see if I like it, and then if I do, I'm going to buy it.
Bring it back. It's just like a foundational thing.
Yeah, like we had it so good with the Xbox Live Arcade days back in the day, where I think every game had a trial that lasted, I don't know, an hour or something like that, and then you could just buy the game and keep playing. And I think a lot of games would really benefit from that, especially the smaller games that are harder to know whether or not they're going to click for you or be worth the $30 to $50 that indie games are charging.
Games are expensive and sometimes not very good or not to your taste.
Exactly, yeah.
My only solution has been making people buy those games for me at Christmas.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only solution I have.
It works, yeah.
I'm not paying £50 to try Wukong if I might not like it,
Exactly, yeah. So, bring back demos. It makes discovering games a way better experience. And I think I'm trying to think of a single negative reason against demos, and I got nothing. I don't know. Maybe developers and publishers like tricking people into buying their games. I'm not sure, but like a demo, I don't know. I just feel like a demo sells games more.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Maybe Steam just didn't have that like architecture set up at all in the past, and maybe it's like I don't know, because it does seem more prevalent nowadays.
It definitely is making a comeback, which is good. But I would love if it was just like universal.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Bring back the 1 hour time trial, because you can get a lot. I think in an hour you can pretty much understand 90% of whether or not you're going to like a game or not. And Arco was definitely one of those ones where it was like pretty much immediately I was into the art, the vibe, and the combat all made sense, and I just stuck with it, and I'm very glad I did. It was a very positive experience from start to finish, and just a nice reminder that like small games by small teams on a small device still very much have a place in my life, in my video gaming life. So yeah, I thought I'd prop it up, give it a shout out, and but it was yeah, like start to finish, super enjoyable. One of the only games that like kept my attention for a longer stretch of time. I found myself playing it in like 3-hour sittings, which is abnormal. So that's, I think, speaks to the quality of it. I would definitely recommend people check it out. Like I said, it's got a demo on Steam. I don't know if it's available on any other platforms yet. Maybe the Switch, probably the Switch.
All right. Moving on to my number 4. This is a game you have mentioned. I think you knew it was coming at some point. It is Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
Which was a surprise, because before Silent Hill 2 came out, I wasn't exactly a Bloober fan. I think the last thing I played from them was like Layers of Fear. I think that was them. Was it Bloober?
Yes, it was. That was their first game, yeah.
And God, I kind of like hate what Layers of Fear did to the whole indie industry. It like really pioneered this like weird format of just walking around and it being like a trippy horror game where this abstract stuff is happening, but it's not really real. It's like psychological. And I enjoyed Layers of Fear when I played that game initially, but there's only like so many Far Cry drug sequence horror games you can play in a row before you want something a bit more tangible. But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. Yeah, I didn't have any hope for Silent Hill 2. I did not play the original, so it's not like I'm a nostalgic fan of the game. But Silent Hill is just an iconic, IP in the horror scene, and I've always wanted to be able to get more hands-on with it as a horror fan, and since the Resident Evil games have all been remade recently. But yeah, went in pessimistic. The review cycle started, and people were kind of positive on Silent Hill 2 from Bloober, and was still cynical going into it. But yeah, it's on my list, so I think you know that I had a really good time with this game. And I think for me, the game, it really works for Bloober, because being honest, the Silent Hill 2 remake is kind of like a little crappy in certain areas, and like a little janky, and it feels bad at times, especially the melee combat. Some of the puzzle design is archaic and old, but I just really like the soft spot it ended up in when it comes to the remake philosophy, because there's so many different directions it goes in nowadays. You have the kind of HD texture pack, you have the full-blown Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII, like from the ground up, almost like a reimagining remake. But Silent Hill 2 is kind of like the perfect area that I want remakes to end up in if I haven't played the original game, because it really like retains some of that old janky feeling. And I have played through the Resident Evil 2 remake, and I would not claim to have played Resident Evil 2. Does that make any sense? Like, they are completely different things.
100%.
But I do feel like I played Silent Hill 2, if you know what I mean. It does feel old. It feels like a PlayStation 2 game, but it has enough of those upgrades, visual, probably user interface, and probably controls as well, to make it feel good enough for the modern era. And yeah, they just kind of perfected that little middle ground, which I think I'm looking for when it comes to being like a newcomer to a remade game. Maybe if I was a Silent Hill 2 fan, I would want it to get the Resident Evil treatment. But for me, yeah, it just kind of like landed in the perfect little zone, like the Goldilocks zone for me. And I don't know if it was an accident, because Bloober make kind of rough stuff. It might have been a happy accident. But yeah, it was kind of good in certain areas. But for me, like, I wanted just to play Silent Hill 2 for the first time, and I feel like I really did. Not a reimagining, like I feel like I got to play through Silent Hill 2. Obviously, we can get into the actual game itself. There are some ups and downs. But yeah, I will let you speak, because I know it was on your honorable mentions.
Yeah, so like, again, if we had done a top 10 list, this would have 100% been on my top 10 list. And I should say that, like, I would say my sort of 3 to 5, it represents like that sort of 7 to 10 tier experience, right, on a top 10 list. And Silent Hill would have been like 9 or 10 for sure. I would say I really don't have much to knock it for. I mean, you know, like you said, it is sort of old and jank, but that didn't get in the way of my enjoyment. I had a very good time with it from start to finish. I would say the only reason I didn't, and I did waffle about putting it in the top 5, and I think the only reason I didn't is just, in the end, it was a little too samey from start to finish. And didn't really, I don't know, I don't want to compare it to Resident Evil. I mean, it's hard not to, but they are trying for fairly different things in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, Resident Evil is so dumb, and Silent Hill 2 is so self-serious. And I like that about Silent Hill 2. I like that it's just like, no, this is no comedy allowed. It's gonna be grim and miserable all the way through. But there was never, I think what I was missing was like a sort of, I don't know, like a hook to get me through the last third more enjoyably, I would say. Like, again, never had a bad time. I liked it all the way through, but there was just, it just sort of maintained a sameness from start to finish that overstayed its welcome. If it had been, because this was like, I mean, it took me like at least 20 hours. And I think if this was more like in a 12 to 15 hour runtime, I would have not hit that point of just sort of repetition and just being like, yeah, now we're doing this again. Okay, no problem. I'll do it happily. But it just sort of petered out at a certain point, and the self-seriousness of it, I think maybe Resident Evil gets dumb in the third act, right? And that sort of like counteracts the sort of the sameness from plateauing, because it's just suddenly like, now you're in the lab and everything's fucking stupid, and I'm like, yeah, okay, another 5 hours of Resident Evil, great. Where Silent Hill 2 is just sort of like, oh, my wife, oh, the daughter was abused, oh, and everything's like sad, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I know what the story's gonna be. I could tell. I kept expecting like a big, I don't know, something, because people talk about Silent Hill 2 with such reverie, and especially like the story parts of Silent Hill 2, and none of it ever really did anything for me. Like, from the first hour, I was just like, I know exactly what this game is. Like, it was just like, yeah, I get it.
I thought the ending was kind of incredible. I thought it was like one of the most horrific plot twists I've like experienced in video games in a long time.
Interesting. Yeah, it just sort of, I think we got, because there are multiple endings as well, we should, you know, just to clarify, but I think we got the same one, or more or less the same one. And yeah, that was just sort of like, I don't know, it all seemed very obvious to me, which is fine. But yeah, I to be positive, I totally agree with you. I like this sort of middle ground that they struck, of it being old and shiny, and there's new stuff, but it's also very, you know, true to the spirit of what was originally there. It's a tricky balance to pull off, I would say, and I'm not sure, like you said, is Bloober good now? I don't know. They have to make another game. We'll see, right?
Yeah.
A fully original Bloober project?
No,
I don't know.
No.
Probably not, but
Please no.
More Silent Hill remakes, maybe.
Yeah.
Interesting. I enjoy when survival horror combat is kind of shit, and it's real shit in Silent Hill 2. And I like that, honestly, because it makes me not want to engage with the combat, which feels appropriate to those characters. Obviously, later Resident Evil, you're like, no, I'm killing everything because it's fun. But in something like Silent Hill 2 with James and his steel pipe, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and it feels like that in the combat. Yeah, no, it was enjoyable. I think it just sort of was missing an extra little something in the last quarter to 1/3 of the game.
Yeah, I know.
Because at a certain point, you're just like, it's the same 4 enemies. There's only like 4 enemies, and there's no escalation or surprises, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think the Hotel had a new enemy. But the level before, I think, was the jail, which was probably the best part of the game, I think, for me.
The jail ruled. Yeah. The
when
jail
it introduces
was like...
the spiders that go up the walls.
Oh, yeah.
Spider chaps.
There's like tremendous dread throughout Silent Hill 2 that I really appreciate.
The atmosphere is so good.
Yeah, and that's why maybe that actually is part of it. Like the prison sequence sort of felt like the finale of the dread, and after that I was like, everything's gravy after this.
Yeah.
Maybe that was part of it, because that definitely felt like the peak of the game to me as well. Yeah, but no, I really enjoyed it, and I'm really glad I played it, and I think they did an excellent job with it.
Sounds like they'll be making another one as well. I think I saw some sort of article about I almost said Konami. Konami wants them back for probably the first one or the third one, which is exciting.
Yeah, and I'll be there, 100%.
Me too. It's a legacy IP. I have played the first one a long time ago, and that's it. So I'd be happy to replay the first one again. And yeah, even happier to play 3, or I know there was a 4th one. I don't know, whatever. What I'm saying is Silent Hill is back, and they didn't fuck it up, which is nice. And from playing 2, I know that world really works for me. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know, it has its own personality that nothing else quite matches. Yeah. It has like this dreamlike, nightmarish thing. It's not quite Lynchian, it's like its own dirty, I don't know, it just manages to be quite unique in a way which I just kind of want to go back to. So yeah, looking forward to the hopeful future of them making more of these. Well done, Blue, but you did it.
That's it, probably the biggest surprise of the year, maybe, or definitely up there in terms of just like, wow, they actually did it. Because God, people love Silent Hill 2 so much.
Yeah, I think I get it if you're looking back retrospectively, like through the eyes of 2001 or something like that.
2001, yeah. Oh yeah, like this is one of those, like, if I play this when I was 13, I would have thought like, holy fuck, this is pure art, Yeah. But as a cynical 30-something-year-old that's played everything and seen everything, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. It's still very unique in its vibe from everything else, for sure. And I'm down for that. Miserable shit.
Yeah, me too.
And I really respect them, like, not doing jump scares.
There's a couple, not many.
There's 1 or 2, that are super effective. Like that Pyramid Head one at the top of the wherever. Yeah. Where you just, like, open the door. That one was great. But, like, it's very restrained, especially compared to something like Resident Evil, which was happening at the exact same time. It's cool that it what's the word? It, like, follows its own road. Yeah. Very, very much. Yeah.
Shout out specifically to the spider people with the legs for arms who will go and hide behind objects, and you can just see them very obviously, like a 7-year-old who's trying to hide really poorly. But every now and then you're just not paying attention and they get you, and you just feel like a plonker getting jump scared by these things over and over again.
Yeah, all the way to the end. It's like, oh, you motherfucker,
simple idea, but it's great.
Yeah. My number 3.
Number 3, yeah.
All right, this will be an interesting chat.
Okay.
And I would say this was a very big surprise for me, and that was Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. The big ball.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones. Every single time, from the moment they announced this, I was against it.
Oh yeah, me too. I still kind of am, but we'll get to it.
Oh yeah. I think I know exactly what you mean as well. We have documented over the 15,000 years of doing this my enjoyment of machine games. Those 2 Wolfenstein games were high on my list. The last one, Wolf 2, was my runner-up to only Horizon, I think, in 2017. That game is incredible. I fucking love both of them with all my heart. And a part of me, my soul is gone forever because I don't think they're ever going to make Wolfenstein 3.
No.
And man, some of the setup for that game
I know.
is so out there and so would have been so fucking awesome. And there has never been a better time to punch and kill Nazis.
Yeah. There's always never a better time than now.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we do get that here, to be fair to Machine Games, that there is still that, which is nice.
Yeah.
But from the moment they announced this, Todd Howard, I think, announced it, and he's like, we're making an Indiana Jones game. And I'm like, oh, great, I don't care. Who's making it? Machine Games. I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah.
They've ruined my beautiful boy with a boring license.
Yeah.
I like those movies, you know? The original masterpieces, of course. Watched them 1,000 times growing up. They have of course influenced many things, Tomb Raider, Uncharted, all these things. But every single time they showed this game, it just looked so like nothing. I mean, mainly because all they ever showed is just people talking to each other.
It looked like The Order 1886. It looked so on rails, you know?
Yes, it did. It did. And it comes out, reviews really well, which I'm like, okay, right. Sure, we'll see. And then you look at footage and you're like, fucking nothing's going on.
Yeah.
And turns out that's accurate to the experience of playing it, but I actually just apparently really like that. And there was some interesting
boring games? No way, dude. This is
I love a good boring game. And I realized, I think part of my realization with indie is that I don't want to call this an immersive sim because it's not. It's like a very, very lightweight one of those. But this sort of type of game, which I will just call a wandering around game.
Yeah.
Is like my cozy genre. You know, people got their farming games and their whatevers, and it makes them, they just feel relaxed and comfy and chill out in those, and that's great. Those are boring for me. My cozy genre is walking around in a nicely artistically rendered video game.
Yeah.
And Indiana Jones is real good at that. Why does this game work for me? It's tricky to fully like nail down because in every way that I could put it down, like on paper, it just doesn't sound good at all, right?
Well, how do you want to do this? Do you want me? I know this is your number. This is this is your time. But do you want me to go first because I haven't finished the game?
Right.
So I've got like a weird half opinion, and maybe we don't finish on like a maybe more cynical note.
Yeah, well, please go ahead. Because I would never in a million years have like said Joe should play this game. This is the anti-Joe game. And so I'm surprised that you have played more than an hour of it. Yeah,
I'm actually quite far in. You might know because I think I poked you on Discord about a certain puzzle in the swampy area.
Right. Yeah,
we have to kind of break the editing fourth wall here because we have done this in multiple recordings. So I have continued to push on with it, and I'm really, really conflicted about Indiana Jones because some of it is just plain uninteresting. I think the combat feels a little clunky, but every now and then it has this moment of slapstick hilarity, which I kind of love.
Yes, yeah.
And also, like, I just find the game, like, really charming in a way which I feel, like, annoyed about because I also feel really cynical towards this game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't have any I don't have any, I can't remember what I was trying to think about then. I don't have any, like, concrete evidence about my theory here about machine games and why they're making this. But I don't think you naturally go from Wolfenstein to Youngblood, which was like a live service, horrible Frankenstein thing, into like a big IP after hooking up with Microsoft, unless you're kind of told by the big dogs to do so. And I still feel a little bit bitter about the fact that Machine Games, who made, even though I had some problems with Wolfenstein, some of the most like electric and fast-paced shooters on the market, and how they have been reduced to like the man with the whip. It just feels borderline insulting. And yeah, I just can't hate this game. I just can't. Like, it just has... It has this old Xbox 360 era charm, which has been lost to time.
Yeah.
I really like all the performances and the characters in the game as well. I think it was...
Yep.
Is it... Who's Indy? Is it Troy Baker?
Troy Baker, yeah.
Oh, God, I hate to say it, man, but he's kind of killing it. He's so good. So yeah, again, this is your thing, so I'm going to let you take away because you finished the game, but...
Yeah.
I don't like a lot of the game. I do find it, like, boring, and whenever I get into combat, I just find it annoying. Like, the AI sucks, by the way. God, the AI is so bad. But it just keeps, like, winning me back over. It's like a love-hate relationship I keep having with this game.
Yeah.
And all I can feel when I play this game, and it does matter to me, I can tell that they really tried, you know?
Yes.
It kind of reminds me of how I felt about Spider-Man 2. I don't want to like backtrack to a review we did like over a year ago now. But I remember playing Spider-Man 2 and feeling like, how are they going to make doing all of this stuff in New York fun all over again? Same city, same kind of basic combat style, same swinging. And the answer was, for me, that they didn't really manage to make it feel super fresh, but they tried in every other area.
Yeah.
And when I play Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, it feels like they did everything they could to make this work, even if maybe it wasn't what Machine Games wanted to make. And I kind of like feel like sympathy for them when I'm playing it, and I feel respect. And I also know it did really well, and so that makes me like happy for Machine Games, because I know now they're going to go on to do bigger things. But at the same time, like, I just think this game's kind of lame and boring at times, so I don't know. I haven't finished the game. It's a complicated relationship, but overall, I just want to play games where I can feel that developers cared and had a soul, and they're really just trying to make Man with Whip picks up notes for 17 hours fun, and I think they did kind of make it work, and it's at least kind of interesting for what they had to work with, and I respect it and well done. But I think it's kind of janky and boring at times.
Yeah,
I don't know how to conclude.
I would echo those feelings very closely, except I find what you call boring, I don't even disagree that I would also call it boring in a like positive, like relaxing way for me, whereas you find it, just boring, which is fair. Like, I don't even disagree with that. But yeah, a big part of my enjoyment for this is that what you talked about, that sort of like je ne sais quoi, older, like there's something to this, like it feels like a game out of time in a lot of ways. It feels so different from everything else that exists right now, and and there is this aspect of like kind of heartbreak for Machine Games, because they had such like a specific voice for the PS4 era, and then everything since then has felt like them trying to avoid getting shut down, basically. Like Youngblood, just embarrassing, awful, and of course you can tell that like that's a game that feels like they made it at gunpoint, right? And this feels like, to me, this is like either Indiana Jones comes out and is what it is, or this studio doesn't exist anymore, basically, is what it feels like. And that is sad. There is like an inherent sadness to the whole thing. But there is also just the Machine Games factor to indie that is a big part of it for me. We'll talk about the story and characters in a second, but like, I just like the way their games feel. I like that I like that you can see your character's body. I like the sort of physicality of things. I like the way you can grab a Nazi and just fucking punch him in the face over and over again. Yeah. I like the way, like you said, sometimes, like, incredible Indiana Jones as fuck slapstick comedy happens in combat. Even though I did largely do everything in my power to avoid the combat, because I just like stealthing around and sneaking more than engaging in combat, especially in something like this where the combat.
I think everyone. In the whole
That's so
game.
interesting to me. So, okay, here's an anecdote. Here's one of the reasons I really liked this game is because I essentially committed no violence for the entire game.
Why?
And it was incredible because I was just stealthing around. And
They're
I like
Nazis.
stealth. Well, no, I mean,
Kill him, man. Get him out of here.
I knocked them all out for sure. But actually, like the gun, I fired my gun outside of set pieces. I fired the gun once, and it was like an impactful moment that was sort of tied to a weird little side quest in Egypt. But like it was largely a game of like Dishonored, sort of just purely stealthing around and knocking dudes out, which I find. I don't know, I just find it very enjoyable and very pleasant. But every now and then, obviously, things go wrong. And much like the Wolfenstein games were sort of built like that, where it's like, it's stealth, and then it can break out into not stealth.
Yeah.
And back in those games, it was much more fun to not be in stealth than this, which is quite clunky. But yeah, those little moments of like... like, I remember one time I was fighting some dumb fucks on the stairs, and like I had a broom... and I threw my broom at the guy and it like knocked him over, and then I was punching another guy, and then the Nazi picked up my fucking broom and started wailing on me with the broom.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those little things that it's just like, it's just a sort of hysterical scene of events to play out. But the point where I like immediately started to like the game was once you get to the Vatican and it becomes like an arcane level. In terms of just like this huge, sprawling, interwoven environment.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff I really enjoy the most about the game. And I would say for myself, the game peaks early with that Vatican area. Because,
it's so much better than the desert or the boating swamp area so far.
Yeah, like Egypt has some interesting stuff in it for sure, but it is by definition a desert, you know.
I didn't like Egypt because for some reason I found all the environmental puzzles in the area to be so brain dead. I don't know why. I felt that there was some actual like kind of interesting puzzle design in the Vatican, and there's been a couple in the swampy area. But I don't know, all the pyramid ones just felt like they were made for children. They were just so thoughtless. They were like bouncing puzzles from Uncharted 1.
Yeah, I think, and the third area, like I said, there's some better puzzles, but I find the navigation of the third area to be a chore. So the Vatican is really the peak for me, and you know, so much of it is just like the something we talked about recently, like the pleasure of just going into places you're not supposed to go into in games.
Yeah.
I just enjoy that. Like, I enjoy the idea of running around the rooftops of the Vatican and Castel Sant'Angelo in these places. And
there also wasn't many guns in the Vatican, so I was just beating the shit out of everyone, and it was kind of awesome.
Lots of clobbering people in the face in that level, for sure, yeah. And so the Vatican, I think, is just like an incredible piece of like level design from
good.
top to bottom. And I spent like, I don't even know, 8 hours there or something.
Yeah, I think it was 5 for me.
Yeah, which is, and just like the little puzzles, the locked doors, the slow sort of unraveling of that environment was definitely the peak of that whole game for me. But by that point, I was, you know, committed to it and very much enjoying it. And yeah, and there's definitely enjoyment to be had in the second and third level. But those two later hubs are a bit of a disappointment. And I was also sort of disappointed by the revelation when you get to Egypt that it's just going to be like, oh, collect more medical books all over again, right? And this sort of like the side stuff is established and it's just going to be repeated and it's varied and different,
just
but
kind
like
of ignoring that stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. But like I really enjoyed doing all of that in the Vatican because the environment itself was such a pleasure to explore, and I thought, oh, it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, what's next. And then you get there and it's just kind of like, it's a big desert, and there's all these things, and you could do it all again. And I was kind of like, I'm okay. I'm just going to, you know, explore this at a bit faster pace compared to the Vatican, because this is clearly not as engaging to explore. But, yeah, at that point, I was in 100%, and where the sort of exploration tapered off, like you said, just the sort of charm would pick up for me, and a lot of that is in the characters and the storytelling. Like the story itself is like whatever. It's a very Indiana Jones-ish plot, but it doesn't really matter what's happening. It's just excuses to take you to places. But the character stuff is really good, which is not surprising considering it's, again, Machine Games. Wolf, like the writing and characters are incredible, and they're obviously playing in a much more real realm here, a much more subdued reality compared to Wolfenstein, but they still have, just good character performances is enough to make me care about watching the cutscenes in a game. Yeah. And it's like a reminder that, like I sort of talked about with Arco, it's just like storytelling in games is so flaccid now. And indie is just like, hey, a little bit of good writing and some good performances goes a long ways.
Yeah, shout out to Voss, that German.
Oh, he's great. The villain. He's so good.
Yeah, he's great.
And there's some like standout weird choices he makes in the sort of couple-hour finale, which we haven't gotten to yet. Like he's that performance is fucking bizarre, and it's so refreshing. And Gina, your companion throughout most of it, is excellent.
She does get in the fucking way, I will say. She
does get in the way. Yeah, I don't like her from a gameplay perspective. I'm never a big fan of having people just basically getting in your way. But
it's okay.
All the character stuff is really really charming. And you've done the Himalaya sequence, right, with that big sort of stretch of set piece. That was that was like there's a string of set pieces in the middle of the game that are impressive and also kind of in that like, oh, that's nice. You're doing a set piece.
Yeah.
It's not Uncharted, but it's got this charm to it again. It's like well executed. And bombastic, and that sort of I don't know charm is the biggest selling point to me for indie for sure, and it was what carried me all the way through it.
Yeah,
and it's I agree. Like when they said it did great, and the numbers were great, and everyone was happy. I was like, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I agree.
They're probably just gonna make Indiana Jones games forever. Until that dries out, which is depressing. It's depressing, but it's good because they're a good studio, and The Great Circle is like the most impressive example of here's the assignment, get to it, and they're like, we got this, we know what to do. They were given an assignment and they understood the assignment and they did it. And there's a certain level of just big respect for that, for being forced sort of against the wall and being like, how can you make a video game about... Essentially, it's a game about the boring parts of the Indiana Jones films because you can't sustain the generational genre-defining set-piece action of the indie movies. You can't do that for 15 hours. Even Uncharted can't do that, and those have unlimited budget.
Yeah, you're right. This is the stuff the movie cuts out.
Exactly. Like the 5-minute scene in The Last Crusade when they're in Venice is like, that's fun. Let's make that 25 hours. Yeah. And you're like, oh, that sounds like a terrible idea. But they did it, and they did it surprisingly effectively. And this is definitely the biggest surprise for me of the year because everything about it just looked like such a bad fit. And again, it kind of is, but also they did great work with it. So
I think what's interesting is, like, I'm not that surprised that you liked it.
Yeah.
But it did really well, and playing it, I'm like, interesting, because it feels old. Like, all of it. It feels like pre-Dishonored and pre-Tomb Raider, the new trilogy of them. Like, it all feels like a little bit behind all these games which came out like 6 or 7 years ago. But, I don't know, it did really well, and so I have very conflicted feelings because, I mean, I would want the game to be better if there was a sequel, but I don't know, like, there are things at stake here, like that are bigger than me enjoying a video game. You know, people are getting shut down left and right for making one mistake. You know, we saw what happened to Arcane. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like just taking like a step back or getting off my high horse and being critical and being like, you know what? I kind of like it. I'm kind of glad it exists, and I'm glad it did well. I hope if there's another one, or when there's another one, it's a little better in a lot of areas. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a win. And even though I have a lot of complaints and I want stuff to be better, I just kind of feel like just shutting up and like celebrating it, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, I think like in a year that had a lot of feel bad, you know, video game energy throughout the entire year, and that's carried into 2025. I think this is something we'll talk about later, but there is something to be said for just like keeping it sort of old school a little bit, and as a little bit of like a win, just as a celebration of just like, we did it. We did a thing. They put something out. It didn't fucking result in everyone losing their jobs.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a bit old. It's a little clunky, a lot clunky at times. There's a lot of room for improvement, but they did a thing and people were on board with it. And I don't know, I think it almost speaks to like also a desire for simpler experiences. And I don't necessarily mean like, because indie is, I think, too simple in a lot of ways, but there's something to be said for just like, it's a single player adventure game, end of sentence. You know? Like, it's not a fucking ongoing live service RPG skills, this, that. Like, it's a fairly simple thing, and it's old. And maybe the older games were more sustainable and better thing to pursue than these like 150-hour, you know, $7 billion behemoths. I'm not sure. But yeah, in a year of bad vibes, indie was a nice thing to have, and it came out, you know, right at the end of the year, and yeah.
It's at least a video game, you know? You play it. It's very gamey.
Yeah, for a game that was sold on its cutscenes, like they're pretty light with the storytelling. There's a lot of you were playing a video game, and again, I think that just speaks to machine games. You know, they know how to strike the balance, and they're expedited with their storytelling, and then they get you right back into it. And yeah, it's a weird thing.
It goes on my honorable mentions list. It goes there.
I'm shocked as well by that.
Quite high up as well.
I would have thought everything about this would have not landed for you, but I think it speaks to the machine games quality. Yeah.
I think a lot of good game design also comes down to allowing people to play the game how they want.
Yes.
Like, I'm not reading any of the notes unless they are relevant to quests. The menus are a nightmare, by the way, when you have to go in to get your notes. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I am doing like a stealth action hybrid where I'm going in stealthy and like whacking people in the back of the head until it all falls apart and then going in guns blazing. I just found dynamite in the swamp area and I'm blowing the shit out of people. So that's kind of working for me, even though fucking AI is terrible and can laser you across the map if they can't even see you in a bush. So that's really annoying. And there was one other miscellaneous thing I just completely lost from my brain, but yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Let's move on.
Sure. Yeah. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it's nice to have flexible systems. You know, they're not too complicated. And I did the exact opposite in a lot of cases. I read everything. I stuck my face into every nook and cranny. I primarily did stealth and stealth takedowns or distractions.
The last thing was you can choose how many of like the optional collectible things you want to do, and they give you maps pretty easily. So for me, I've only been doing the mysteries, which is basically the environmental puzzles, and they're moving on, and that's probably going to streamline my experience probably quite heavily compared to yours. And, you know, with that flexibility, yeah, it makes it easy to kind of push through and just focus on the side quests and the main quests.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's something to be said for just, like, not being an open world game. You know, just being, like, 3 large, well-designed areas with some linear interstitial bits.
I like that format, dude. Bring it back.
I do too.
Metro was so far ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, Metro Exodus, I think, just keeps aging better and better in terms of what it was doing, like in 2018 or 19 or something.
Everyone says that part in The Last of Us 2 was their favorite part in the whole game, and it's like, well, come on.
Yeah.
Pseudo open world chunks are great.
Yeah, digestible, right? They're digestible. You can get through them, and it feels like you've done a lot in a lesser amount of time, and they're more efficient. And yeah, like we gotta stop with these fucking huge ass open world games.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's Indiana Jones. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, I was looking forward to talking about it because it is very interesting game. I won't go back into it again, but good job, Machine Games. Happy for you.
Yeah.
All right, for me, we're moving into the big hitters. 1, 2, and 3, I would say, are the only games in 2024 that I've like absolutely adored. Probably why I didn't like want to do a top 10 list, because I don't really want to talk about 7 games where I'm like, these were okay.
Yeah.
But I got 3. I got 3 games that I loved.
That's pretty good.
And number 3 is The Rise of the Golden Idol, the sequel to The Curse of the Golden Idol.
Or The Case?
The Case of the Golden Idol. So if you haven't played these games, they are similar to Obra Dinn. If you haven't played that game, it's a detection puzzle deduction game.
Sure, yeah.
I think looking at some footage on screen will probably make it a little clear. You get set in a still scene, and you are roaming the scene, collecting items and clues and deducing what happened based on what you can see. You are a detective.
Yeah.
An all-seeing, omnipotent detective figuring out what has happened. I really, really liked the first game. We played it, or at least I played it after Obra Dinn, and at the time, Obra Dinn was definitely still the GOAT of that genre. But I can't remember the developers of Golden Idol. I think it's like Color Gray or something like that. But these developers have been very quick to capitalize on the popularity of Golden Idol, and they keep building on it in very modular ways. The DLC for the first game like really built out the world of the Golden Idol. And I think what's the most interesting thing about having finished the sequel to The Rise of the Golden Idol, which one is fucking which? Now after finishing The Rise of the Golden Idol,
right.
The weirdest thing about this game is it might be the best story game of the year for me.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, going into the sequel, I was hoping for a evolution on the puzzle mechanics and how that works. And I'm going to be honest, it doesn't really push forward much in that department. It has a few little innovations, but actually in the DLCs of the first game, it started to mess around with like the passing of time and switching scenes. So it kind of just very gently builds on what the first game did. And also, this might be controversial, but I don't actually know if I like the art style of 2 more than the first game. It's definitely a higher production value art-wise, but you can't like quantify the art styles of these games. They're like garish and bulky and janky in a way which is really unique and I like. And the second game looks objectively more expensive, but it just looks like, I don't know, there's like a smoothness to it which doesn't...
Yeah.
I can't really explain it. I'll be honest, when I started Rise of the Golden Idol, I should really just call it the second game, I wasn't really sold for quite a while, honestly, because it's a lot slower than the first game. And it's set in the 1980s, and the first game was set in like the 1700s, and I don't know, I just think historical settings are really interesting and fun. It's going to be hard to talk about this game because it's the narrative which is so good. And the way that they tell a story through frozen pictures of environments, there's a tiny bit of motion added in just for like production value, but you're looking at still scenes, very similar to Obra Dinn. And it goes in a direction which is just so fun and interesting. I don't know what to say to not spoil stuff, but it's based around an idol which can do interesting things. And in the first game, it's kind of about how a society of people learn to manipulate that device for power. And in the second game, it's the same thing. So I was like, how are they going to make this interesting? I know what the Golden Idol is. I know what it can do. but they go on their own journey in the modern era of figuring out the power of the golden idol, and they find like a different function compared to what the people in the 1700s did, and then they kind of like implement modern technology and modern society to manipulate that in a way which is like really interesting and really fucked up. And the DLCs are still coming out, so we don't know where that's going to lead to, and the implications are like, oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, and it goes in a like almost science fiction direction as well. There's like an ancient society and weird technology, and yeah, it's a really, really hard game to not spoil, because it's basically a very simple formatted puzzle game, and the revelations of the story is for me the best part about it. So I'll probably just keep it very brief. I think the only thing I want to say is I think it has just like genius puzzle design. It's so cleverly thought out about how you can deduce different aspects of every puzzle while giving the player such little information to go on. Like the other day I was doing one of the DLC puzzles, and like a puzzle format would basically be it'd be like a paragraph with a bunch of words missing, and your job is to fill in the words. And they've like meticulously thought out which words you can see to kind of push you in a certain direction. Like a sentence would be they found blank in the blank, and just those words that you can see, you know that something was hidden in something. Does that make sense?
Right.
So it's like, okay, so if I'm looking at this thing, and yeah, there's like a million different examples I could give, but I don't know, it feels weird for a podcast to cut it short, but I think I probably should, because I'm struggling to put it into words, and maybe just take my word for it. These games are really special, especially if you enjoy puzzle games. The puzzle genre is a little bit sparse nowadays, and I think this is the best stuff out there when it comes to the puzzle genre. Really special, really unique, and they're pushing this world in a super interesting direction. And when I played the first game, I didn't think I was going to be so invested in the world they were making. I thought I was just going to enjoy it because I like puzzle games, and the puzzles are also amazing. You feel like a genius. But yeah, the second game takes a while to get going. It's a slow burn, and I wasn't sure about it halfway through, but man, the end reveal when you figure out like what it can do was like, oh shit. And yeah, it's just a game where you can tell the developers are geniuses. It really reminds me when I played the Outer Worlds. The Outer Wilds.
Oh, fuck.
God damn it.
God damn it.
God fucking damn it. But I love playing stuff where like, oh, these guys are smart. And I get that all the time from playing the Golden Idol games. Anyway, I'm going to stop rambling because I can't really put it into words. If you like puzzle games, you should put these on your wish list and get to them some days, because they are fucking good.
Good news. Demos for both of them.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and they're on everything as well, like iOS, like Switch. I think you can play them on Netflix on your TV, I'm pretty sure. Like they're one of those types of things.
Yeah, they would be very good Switch or Steam Deck games as well, because I pop in every morning for 20 to 30 minutes, and I pretty much never play longer than that, like ever. Like I sip my coffee, look around the scene, try to figure things out, but I just find it more enjoyable to chip away at it, because a lot of it is information overload, kind of like Obra Dinn was.
Yeah.
Just like chipping away in chunks is how I played it. And, you know, booting up my entire PC to play 20 minutes of a detective game would definitely be better on a Steam Deck. So, you know.
Yeah, I played like 90 minutes of the first game, and I've never gone back to them, and I will at some point, but I think those are the two big reasons that I haven't, is because it's like the pick up and play, pre-Steam Deck was not viable. And then I also find the information overload to be frustrating in a way that I never felt with Obra Dinn, and I can't quantify why. But I think, it's just one of those like brain things of just like, I said, within 4 minutes I have like 18 words, and I'm just like, this is, I don't want to do this right now. So yeah, I those are like my two biggest, I don't know, like gaming sins right now for me, really, because I'm like pretty confident that they're
so good, man. They're so good.
They're my jam, Yeah. But like you said, the booting up the PC to like stare at a thing for 20 minutes. Yeah. I I will get back to them at some point, and I'm glad to hear that about the sequel. And I am really surprised to hear that the story stuff is interesting. I
so good.
Didn't hear much about this game. You know, I heard a few podcasts being like, "Oh yeah, it's good. It's more of the good stuff." But no, I had no idea the story stuff was interesting. So that's cool.
Oh, there's so much like genius stuff in the game. Like you can go back to the tutorial once you finish the game and you figure out like what the tutorial means for the whole game. And like the whole game is also like, I'm gonna keep rambling, but the whole game is based around you fluidly going back to every level and like slowly piecing things together. And okay, I'm gonna stop talking. It's just genius, man. It's so smart, the whole thing. I love it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's more of a pitch than I was expecting.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, that sounds very much like something I want to play. Because the puzzle games have just like kind of died off. It's kind of tragic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, on to the top 2.
Yeah, I can't remember other games.
I mean, yeah, so my number 2 is one we've talked about multiple times, which is Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, yeah.
That was your number 5?
Did you even talk about Warhammer 40k, or did we talk about that?
No, fuck that game.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I did not like Space Marine 2 at all.
Okay.
I thought that game was a total slog, and was like obsessed with me not having fun. That's how that whole game felt. It's just like I want the jetpack, and I want to be just like fucking everything up, and they're just like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Anyways, Space Marine 2, no, big miss for me. Boo.
Okay.
No, not even an honorable mention. Fuck that game. Anyways, Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, we've talked about it a lot, in multiple forms. I just had a fucking fantastic time with this weird mess of a game from start to finish. Obviously, you know, as we said, I was saved from the unfortunate tragedy of having the game end 25 hours early. I think the 2 or 3 big takeaways from Dragon's Dogma 2 for me are just like, I am increasingly finding pleasure in like systems-driven games, right? That are less about author content and more about systems interacting in a world and you poking at those systems and you bringing your own storytelling to those systems. That is definitely where I'm finding the most pleasure from games right now. And Dragon's Dogma 2 is very much a game about, you know, as we said, not only is it a game about going off on adventures, but it's a game about, you know, finding the pleasure of telling yourself a story in real time, basically, that you're making up yourself by fighting a Cyclops and then getting thrown off a cliff and not dying, and then being like, where am I now? Let's find out. And these sort of weird tangents the game just naturally lets you wander down. Those are the things I really like in games now, and they are very few and far between for understandable reason. You know, it's hard to make a systems-driven game, and it's hard for those systems to click with people. It's hard to sell them to people, all these different reasons. But from start to finish, I was just sort of like, what's the right word? Sort of, I don't know, like enthralled and a little bit mystified by the entire thing. There was pretty much all the way through, I felt this weird sense of like never knowing exactly what's gonna happen, which is an exciting feeling in games. Like we've talked about with a few games on this list, at a certain point you sort of know what, you sort of just figure the whole game out, and then it's just a matter of like executing, like indie, like Silent Hill, all these things. Whereas this is just, I don't know, from the minute one all the way even to that weird, like the weird fucking, like right when I thought I'd figured the game out, it ends and switches into the like quote unquote post game or sort of whatever the weird third act is, and completely throws out most of its own rules. Not necessarily for the better, but in a way that definitely caught me off guard and worked for me. But yeah, I just really like being left alone in a game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
generally
in the game.
speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, fuck off. And especially in games, I hate when games are just like constantly being like, go here, do this, do that, people talking in your ear all the time. And granted, you do have pawns that do talk, but they're either barking the same lines out over and over again, or they're having these like shockingly in-depth conversations about the things you're doing dynamically.
Yeah.
Which never sort of cease to amaze me. And yeah, just most of I would say my like most vivid gaming memories from last year, from 2024, are from Dragon's Dogma 2, of just like the long, chain of events that unfolded. And there's like 3 or 4 sort of stories I have very clearly in my head that played out in Dragon's Dogma 2. Like just going up into the mountains and spending like 5 hours exploring them and fighting a dragon and like cheesing him and, giving him the middle finger and being like, fuck you, I'm using a ballista, and then continuing on and finding this weird hidden path and then meeting the fucking Sphinx or whatever the shit that giant lady is that gives you
I never
riddles.
got to go to that. I wanted to.
Like that stuff was the most enjoyable for me, and yeah, there were probably 3 or 4 of those like 5-hour long expeditions that happened in Dragon's Dogma 2. And yeah, just aside from all that, like I found it fucking fun to play. The combat was just fun. I eventually rolled with the magic spear hand, something like that. I don't know what it was called. He had like telekinesis, but also a big spear. But like every subclass I tried was fun, and like kind of video gamey in a way that felt almost like out of place within the world of the game.
Yeah.
Because like it's mostly a fairly tangible, grounded world, but then you just got these ridiculous combat abilities. And even though the enemy variety is poor, and you fight a lot of the same big guys as well, just the idea of like 40 hours in, I was fighting a griffin and on his back when he finally took off. And I flew on the griffin's back across the entire map back to its spawn, like in the starting zone. And like the fact that just works is kind of incredible. And like I was just standing on him while I was like 4 kilometers in the air. And that's just sort of magical to me. And it elicits sort of that Skyrim feeling as well, of just like when the dragons and the giants are fighting and, janky stuff is occurring, but in a way that only video games can allow, right? And it's just kind of like, yeah, it's a bit rough, but also this is so weird and silly and fun in a way that, yeah, only a game can do with weird systems. So I'm glad I never played the first game, because it sounds like this is essentially just that game again.
Yeah.
But, in a nice shiny new package with some of the rough edges sanded off, sort of like another game that just came out recently in 2025. But,
yeah,
it worked for me 100%. I understand why a lot of people bounced off of it. Obviously, you had that tragic ending, but every now and then you just get a game that you're like, yeah, this just worked from start to finish for me, and that was the case with Dragon's Dogma 2. It was just a weird, unique experience for about 50 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like piggyback on, but I can't remember what I said last time, so I probably said it already. I enjoyed it for what I played.
Caveat.
Yeah. All right. Big boys.
I'm trying to think your number 2. Yeah.
Oh.
There's 2 games left, and I obviously know what one of them is, but I'm pulling a complete blank on what the other one could be.
Okay, well, my number 2 is Astro Bot.
Wow.
Yeah, my number 2 is Astro Bot.
I can't believe it.
We'll get to it.
What's your number 1? Anyways, okay.
Yeah, Astro Bot. So Astro Bot is, I think, like, objectively the best game of the year. My number 1 would get to. It's a bit more of a Joe game. But number 2, Astro Bot, I'm very glad it won Game of the Year. When Astro Bot came out, like just before it, I was in probably the lowest state when it comes to video game enthusiasm. Like, imagine our 45-minute intro chat in this video / podcast where I moaned about every aspect of video gaming. I was feeding that at maximum intensity, and I wasn't playing any games. And then Astro Bot came out, and I knew I was going to like it because I played the mini one that came with the PlayStation 5, which was just fantastic. And I went out, I got myself a big bag of pick and mix like an 11-year-old kid. I set up on the PlayStation. I hadn't sat down on console gaming for a long time, and I just couldn't fucking believe like the first 6 hours of that game. And it was almost like bittersweet, because I was like, oh no, video games aren't bad, they're just not good anymore. You know?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, I haven't fallen out of love with video games have fallen out of love with us. That's just like, it made me feel like sad, because people can do it. You can make games that are joyful and that are brilliant and creative, and Astro Bot is that, but it feels so AAA and polished at the same time. And it's just like a weird enigma at the moment. It's kind of an old school platformer in its basic foundations, but it feels so fresh. Like, it looks beautiful, the haptics are amazing, the references are all relevant to PlayStation stuff we recognize and like, and the level design and ideas are on the scale or on the... They kind of match Nintendo's level of quality, which I wouldn't have said about the previous mini thing that came with the PlayStation 5. I come out with Astro's Playroom.
Astro's Playroom, yeah.
It was definitely really good, but the just like creativity and like inspiring design in Astro Bot. Is this just called Astro Bot, just plain?
Yeah, Astro Bot, yeah.
It's like levels above it. It really pushes... I think it walks up and knocks on Nintendo's door, honestly, which is something that no one has ever really done in the 3D platformer space. Nintendo has kind of always been the big dogs, and it was like kind of a crazy revelation to be playing through that and not just have Astro Bot be the kind of high production, high quality game that we were expecting, but to be like an all-timer. Like, oh damn, there's like a new kid on the block. There's a new dog in the pen that's really playing. And that's just really exciting. As like a game fan, we always want game developers to kind of go up a step on the ladder. I would say Machine Games has done that this year. It kind of reminds me of when we first played Horizon. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess Guerrilla are at the top of the chain now. Where did that come from? And Astro Bot was like one of those moments where it's like, oh, here's a new AAA big dog. They're making some of the best stuff in the world. And it's an old school 3D platforming game, which is like one of my favorite genres from my childhood. So, yeah, probably like one of the most personal wins of the year for me when it comes to video games. But, I mean, no one can really lose from Astro Bot. It's just pure joy and fun for everyone. I just can't imagine like anyone not playing this game. I remember like not too long ago, I was going on one of my daily walks and I could see like a kid. I was walking past a house. I could see them playing Astro Bot on the TV and they were like 7 years old. And I was like, I get it, man. I'm 30 and I had a great time. But do you want to talk about Astro Bot?
Yeah, Astro Bot is my number one. I'm gonna feel like such an idiot when you say I cannot think what would be above Astro Bot or Rise of the Golden Isle for you. So I'm fascinated to find out.
Yeah, but, when I say it, you're gonna know.
Yeah, I'm pulling a complete blank of what it could be. But yeah, Astro Bot. I mean, I don't know. Like, we've talked about a lot of shit in this podcast.
Yeah.
And I feel like Astro Bot is the antithesis / also summary of all those sort of sad talking points. Like you said, there is an aspect to Astro Bot that does actually make me sad, because the entire game is designed around reminding you how many fucking amazing games have come out in the last 30 years. And a lot of them in the last 15 years since we've been doing this. And it is a game in its sort of peripheral about being like, yeah, video games were awesome.
Yeah.
But in the center of its vision is, hey, also video games are awesome because this is a fucking fun video game. So there's sort of this like when this IP or that IP comes up and they do a fun level or make fun of it or whatever, you're just kind of like, yeah, yeah, I really did like that God of War game, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess they made another one of those, and you just sort of feel that a lot throughout Astro Bot. But yeah, the core mechanics of Astro Bot are just good and fun. And we talked about this with the Astro's Playroom, which was on my top 10 in 2020. It was just like, I remember thinking, and I think we even said it, if they get to make a full-fledged sequel or a full-fledged game, it's gonna fucking rule.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Accurate. Turns out, yes. They just have a kind of like, it feels like effortless in which how much like joy and fun the entire thing is having. It's sort of just shocking. Like every 5 seconds there is something big or small that's just like, that just sort of makes you smile or makes you feel happy. And I don't know how they managed to do that. It is definitely the best 3D platformer outside of Nintendo. I would say, like, Mario Odyssey's negative is the fact that it's a bit too big and a bit too unfocused. But, like, this is just distilled. It's just a 3D platformer. It's not trying to be anything but that.
I just prefer this format as well, like the Mario Galaxy Sunshine format, where it's a level, A to B is the end, and there's stuff to collect like along the way. I just prefer that. Yeah,
and as a platformer, it's really simple for sure. You know, the movement tech is not as complicated. The levels are very simple. It's more of a like exploration type game than it is like, there's very little challenging in it. There are certainly a few levels that
the optional levels.
Yeah, and those are fun for sure. And I really enjoyed those, and I'm curious if some of the levels they add, you know, or they are adding right now, I wonder if those are going to be a little more challenging. But it just it like starts and maintains a level of fun. I don't know what other words. It's just fucking fun, you know? And yeah, again, exactly the same way, really. It came out at a time, I mean, it came out the week after Concord got shut down. And, like, it could not be more of a polar opposite sort of statement to the state of gaming in 2024. Where everything is big and complicated and everyone's fucking miserable and you can feel it in the game sometimes. This is just a tight 10-hour platformer that is purely focused on fun and feel, and that's it.
Yeah, it feels great.
Everything feels so good. Just like you get spoiled. What were we playing? We were playing It Takes Two recently again.
Yeah.
And I remember commenting on like the shavings of like pencil shavings and just being like, oh, they're not interactive, you know, and whereas in Astro Bot they would be. And
you'd feel it in your hands.
And there'd probably be something like hidden in there for interacting with them. That's the level of thought that like every square inch of Astro Bot has. There's just this, they made the game, and then it just feels like they went through each level 50 times and just said like, what can we add? What can we add? What can we add?
Yeah.
You know, what can we do to make it just feel a little bit better and just have a little more fun to it? And it's just a joy to play from start to finish, and the ones that really caught me off guard were the like game specific levels. I had no idea those were a thing.
Oh, the Loco Roco level was such a moment for me, man.
The Loco Roco level,
moment.
Yeah, that was like weird time travel memories being unlocked.
Couldn't believe it. It went from like Spider-Man, I can't remember, it was like Uncharted, God of War, then Loco Roco. What?
Yeah. Just like huge swings in tone in terms of what games they're referencing.
Yeah.
The God of War level got the biggest laugh out of me of the whole year.
Good. Oh, the music as well. Oh.
Yeah, I was sick with COVID while playing this as well, so that was a part of it. And I actually almost choked to death because the boy music drop in the God of War level just had me like keeled over, choking on my... It was so funny. And yeah, like you just said, every part of it is incredible. The music from start to finish is just like rips. Every bit of the music is good. Full of surprises all the way through. It ends well. I love the big, everyone gets together. and fight. Yeah, the ending just, a lot of games that we've talked about that we really like sometimes don't, when they're like a sustained 9 out of 10, it's sometimes hard to bring a big finale together, but they totally manage it here. It's just a fun, enjoyable thing to also like 100% each level. Nothing's ever too hidden. It never really is challenging, but in a way that doesn't feel like a lot of Nintendo platformers to me, like Mario Wonder. I just found it so uninteresting to play those levels because they were so simple. And Astro strikes a nice balance of it's simple, but it's not boring ever. That's for sure.
The game just feels really sharp as well.
Oh yeah, like everything. If I were to levy any criticism against it, it would be that the tools, what would you call it, like the gizmos you get, those ones, I think a lot of them were from the last game, and at a certain point I was sort of a little disappointed, like in the last third of Astro Bot, that it was just like, there's a new gimmick that I can see in the distance, what's it going to be? And it's just like, oh, it's the dog again, oh, it's the time stop again. I was slightly sad that they sort of didn't have like 4 more of those gimmicks, but that's okay. Like I really can't hold it against them because the level design is just so good all the way through, and they have a lot of fun with all those things. They just have a lot of fun.
They do.
I feel like, I'm glad that games can be many, many different things, and like even on our top 5 list here, lots of variety, lots in tone, in style, gameplay, all these different things. I love that games can be all these things, but at the end of the day, the most enjoyable thing a game can be is just fun, and a lot of games have sort of forgotten that because they get so bogged down in complexity and systems and storytelling and all these
game length,
all these things. And Astro Bot's just so focused on being a fun video game for 12 hours and then it's over. And like that's what I want ultimately from everything. It's just like 12 hours, fun video game, done. We've wandered a long ways from that, and it's sort of like Indiana Jones. It's nice to just play something simple in some capacity, and Astro Bot is just like, it's just a 3D platformer, and like on paper that still doesn't sound very exciting, but just in execution, it is a game entirely that succeeds by execution. Just every single part of it is exceptional, I would say, and shout out to Papa Tree. That was when the game was like, was like, oh shit, okay, here we go. They cooked.
Oh, they've lost their minds. This is going to be good.
Oh yeah,
that was a great level.
So many great levels. There's like 6 or 7 levels in the game that are just like all timers. That I would, and I kind of just want to go and play it right now.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah.
Well, so a game like, even if a game's only 10 to 12 hours, it really depends on the pace of the game, because Astro Bot moves so fast that it feels like a really long journey, and it feels like it's packed full of content. Like, by the time it was done, it kind of felt perfect. Like, I don't know if I'd want to play Astro Bot for 30 hours. I love you, Astro Bot, but like you said, there's only so many times you can jump around and get on the same backpacks, and they just nail the pace, the game length. Like, it ended when I was just kind of getting over the honeymoon, like, novelty period. Like, it is polished to a T, really.
Yeah. Also, I just remembered what your number 1 is.
Okay, damn it!
It just finally came to me by not thinking about it.
Almost got there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do next, and it was just, a ray of complete sunshine. And Game of the Year at the Jeff birthday party show, it doesn't fucking matter, but there's just something nice about just being like, look at them, there they are, they won, good job.
It doesn't matter, but it does just get more eyes on it, a lot of people watch, so it just feels good for a lot of people to see it get a golden trophy.
Yeah, and I think it's a good reminder to the industry that, sometimes just simple and executed well is all that is really needed for success. Everyone should play Astro Bot. Obviously, if you don't have a PS5, you're screwed, but, if you have a PS5, like, there's no excuses. And I think also everyone in the broader sense of development should look at Astro Bot and just, recognize why people connected with it. It's because it's fucking fun to play.
Fun.
Fun. Radical concepts. So there you go. That's the second or third time a 3D platformer has been number one for me. So
damn.
I guess I do enjoy them from time to time.
When they're good, they're so good, man.
Oh
God.
yeah. And also, I have to say, because I was just thinking about Psychonauts 2, which is the other like big 3D platformer that was number one. That Psychonauts 2 is like a very story-heavy game, and the story stuff is a big part of that. But like, I have to say, Astro Bot has no fucking story, and it was awesome for that.
Yeah, that's what I needed. I really needed that.
It's just about playing the video game, and that's it. And that's just kind of nice sometimes.
Yes, it is. Talking about games which have no story.
Yes.
Right, my number one. Again, it's a bit of a weird one because early access is just such like a weird pain in the ass sometimes, but this game did come out officially this year into 1.0, and that is Satisfactory.
Let's go! Satisfactory.
Yeah. So before this game came out in 1.0, I was already a fan of the game. I played it a little solo during early access and just really liked the first-person aspect of it. I have played Factorio all the way to the end, which I haven't even done with Satisfactory yet.
Wow.
And I would count myself as a fan of the engineering automation genre. I like building things, I like puzzle solving, I like engineering, efficiency. It just makes my brain happy. I think that's the brains this genre is looking for. But when I saw the trailer for Satisfactory, I don't know why. I just thought the idea of it being first person and physically doing stuff with your hands, it just felt better to me. And this is where Satisfactory gets kind of interesting because it's not actually the best automation game in the genre. When it comes to like pure building, engineering, puzzle solving, automation, factory building, I do think Factorio is actually better. I also played another game this year called Shapes 2, which I think had the worst game name of the year for what it was. I think the shapes had a Z as well, like SHAPEZ 2. Just a terrible name. But that was an automation game where you're the classic eye in the sky, omnipotent figure, and the kind of gimmick of Shapes 2 is very early on you can blueprint and copy and paste anything on any scale. So imagine making an entire factory and being able to Control Z, Control V it 5 times over, and all of a sudden your factory is 5 times bigger, and then you can save that as a blueprint, and then you can keep scoping out to your like the size of the universe. Really fun gimmick, but for me, Shapes 2, I kind of lost my way with it because it became so quick and easy to build stuff that it lost my interest. Like I enjoyed getting my hands dirty and doing the small stuff compared to also copy and pasting the big stuff. And Satisfactory is kind of up there this year with Astro Bot and Rise of the Golden Idol, where it feels like geniuses built this game, because it only really comes together if everything is balanced just right. And this is going to be a little hard to quantify. Satisfactory just has this perfect balance of knowing when to optimize things in a really clean way. It knows what to make easy for you. Like in this game, in 1.0, you can like copy any individual item. The conveyor belts will auto smooth around a corner, so you don't have to physically try and make your factory look good. You can actually just clip conveyor belts through stuff and it just works. Like the game doesn't complain about it. But other times, the game's like really finicky and awkward, and you'll have to travel for like 6 hours to get to Cole and then figure out how to make an entire train station there to get all the way back, and then your train will crash and your whole Sunday is gone because you don't have enough fuel to get to here. And it has this like Valheim level of being an asshole to create your own story for the day.
Right.
If that makes any sense. I didn't think that Satisfactory would create side quests for me within my own factory. This game has a way of seamlessly throwing a wrench in the plans you had and you have to dynamically think of a solution which causes more problems. It's one of those like Stardew Valley infinite checklist games which you just can't stop playing, and it's just brilliant. It's just brilliant, man. It's just so well made, and there's so much content and so much stuff in it, and the tools they keep giving you that like completely change the way that you can think about things. It's just like, it's so hard to stop playing. I think I put 105 hours into my factory.
Wow.
And I just got up to nuclear power plant. And then I built my first nuclear power plant, and I was really excited. But then it starts outputting nuclear waste. And I was like, okay, well, my whole factory is kind of reliant on this nuclear power plant. And if it goes down, my whole factory goes down. But I don't know what to do with this nuclear waste. So I pick it up and it just kills me instantly because it's so radioactive. So I don't know I can't even like remove conveyor belts because it auto picks up the radioactive waste. So I'm like just shoving it in containers, which will not last forever. And then I go onto the wiki, and there's like a 16-hour like side quest of how to refine waste back into something that you can get rid of. And it's like, well, what I was gonna do was this thing, so I could finally move the space elevator up to stage 4. But now I'm stuck on trying to refine nuclear waste, and that's just the whole game forever. You can just like never get away from it. It will always find some way to fuck up your evening in a way which involves you pivoting into a new fun area of logical puzzle building, engineering, deduction, and puzzle solving. It's just great, man. It's like a toxic relationship, this game, and the world is a nightmare. You always fall into your death. There's radioactive shit everywhere. There's spiders jumping around trying to kill you. And it's just like a beautiful nightmare. It's just such a beautiful nightmare. And there is nothing more satisfying than a building game like Minecraft, etc., where you're not really focusing on the whole picture. You're kind of building piece by piece, and then you just take that one step back like 40 hours later. You're like, holy shit, look what I've made. You're like awe-inspired by yourself. Mm-hmm. And my factory is just like a mammoth. It's just a behemoth, and I'm really proud of it. And to me, Satisfactory is almost like a perpetual life service game, but just for my brain without any updates, because I'm just gonna keep working on it, I think, forever. Because there's so many like elements of my factory which are an unoptimized mess, because I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing. It's my first major playthrough. And even once I built the space elevator, which I would honestly say I'm like 50 hours away at this point.
Wow.
I can just come back and make my factory better. And I don't know if they have any post-release plans, but we'll see. They did some pretty cool things over Christmas, which I was not expecting, where it started raining presents from the sky. And if you picked up the presents, it kind of unlocked this special little gimmicky...
I heard about that. What it was called? What was it? Fixmas?
Yeah.
It
was good.
Great.
It was really funny. The AI in the game was constantly making fun of it, because apparently the community don't like it because they're raining presents down all over everyone's factory, and it's kind of a pain in the ass and it gets in the way. And the AI in the game is just constantly mocking the event and basically telling you to get back to work. The game's got like a cool little sense of humor in it as well. Yeah, if you like automation games, be careful, because, man, once this game gets you, it's game over, man. You're losing probably 200 hours, but it's just great. It's just like the small things they've done in 1.0 to make it easier to build things like at a more streamlined and rapid pace are so good as well. Like, it's so easy to build a lot of stuff quickly in this game now.
I think it's so I should say, like, I have played Satisfactory, not 1.0. We played a co-op during, I don't know, 2022, and I think I put like almost 40 hours into it then, and loved it. You know, absolutely loved it. And I think we would have kept poking at it for quite a while if just I think Andy moved, or I don't know, something disrupted it, as is often the case with co-op as you get older. But I had a fabulous time with it, and I really look forward to playing 1.0. I have just sort of not been in the mood for building, because it is a certain mood. And B, have also been avoiding it because of exactly what you described. Because I know myself, I know how I am about building things and straightening maintenance and tidying and all these things. I know it's a dangerous rabbit hole to go down for myself. But I really look forward to getting to it eventually. And I think it's sort of a testament to the, like you complained at the beginning about early access, and it is annoying when it comes to like game releases in what year questions, but it's a testament, I think, to this game is a testament to the benefits of early access, of just like, and I was just looking, spent almost 5 years in early access. That's crazy. Like, 4.5 years in early access, but that's probably a big part of how you end up with something that's so nicely honed in, of just, you have 4.5 years of essentially developing it with people telling you feedback constantly. It's great to see it. It sort of feels like sometimes a game comes into early access and then just goes away forever. And even once it hits 1.0, it's kind of like, oh, so-and-so hit 1.0, okay, cool.
Definitely, yeah.
But it sounds like they really, I'm glad that it has landed, because I remember when they announced it like 9 years ago, you were just like, hell yeah, Satisfactory, I know,
man, I was so excited.
Yeah, and it's great when they nail something like that, and it is also just a testament to like good video game design and smart people to get that right balance between quality of life and also like problems that are fun to solve, and cause like fun ripples.
When you play Satisfactory and you kind of get to grips with it, you'll see like how many tiny little quality of life things there really are in that game. Like just the small thing, like there's slide jumping in the game, like Titanfall slide jumping, and it just without it, like movement is important because your factory gets big and you don't want to be walking around like backwards and forwards very slowly, and it just like doesn't really make sense that you can slide jump really quickly around like it's Titanfall. You're just a dude. But it feels great. Like, I like slide jumping. It's really satisfying. And then you mix it with a jetpack and you can like slide jump boost. Again, it becomes like a weird like Titanfall 0.5 movement tech by the end of it. And it feels great. I love it. I will say, I have a few like minor negatives, which is I do think exploration wise, there could have been a few more, a bit more enemy variety. Exploring the environment, looking for certain resources does become quite a big part near the end, because there's certain things which are hidden in the environment that are extremely good if you find them, and you just kind of end up fighting like the spider things you probably remember, and there's like these hogs, these big bullish pigs that charge at you.
Oh yeah.
And there's like these flying irritating little gnats, and just I'm probably missing one like primary beast, but that's like the main ones I can remember. There's like a fire-breathing dude as well, and it just kind of gets samey fighting like the 4 same archetypes of enemies for 100 hours. Just a bit more variety there would have been nice, and I think there's also just slight diminishing returns nearer the end portion of the game, just because you're starting to do the same thing quite frequently, and I think that's pretty natural with any game like this. You're going to get to the end and you're going to be building similar factories, fuel plants, drone plants, train stations, like over and over again. I think that's kind of natural. Not sure if there's anything you can do to avoid that. But out of all the games I played like this, they've done the best job of keeping that pace really good, like 100 hours in. There's always like something new and interesting to explore.
100 hours to like stick with anything is...
For me?
Especially for you.
Unprecedented, man.
Yeah. I understand why you put it at number 1, for sure.
Yeah. Doesn't happen very often. I can't remember the last time this really happened for me. This is like probably since Valheim, honestly, which was 19?
Right. I have no idea. No, that was during the pandemic, right?
Was it?
So it must have been,
oh, you're right. That might have been 2020, actually.
Yeah, it might have been 2020.
Yeah, so 5 years since I've like really got stuck into a game and sunk 100 hours in. I think you're right. I think it's Valheim.
Mm-hmm.
And it just has to be a very specific brand for Joe's brain to go deep. And it's like a thing that if I try and describe perfectly, I'll be rambling for another 10 minutes. But it's like a level of creativity mixed with a pinch of like it begins with M, and masochism.
Oh sure, yeah.
Like a pinch of like being a little mean-spirited, and you're like, you fucking asshole, just get back here and I'm gonna fix this. It has like a slight pinch of evilness to it, and I don't know, it's a Joe game. They're quite rare, but it's a big Joe game.
I'm very glad. I expected you to... I wasn't sure how you were gonna, if you were gonna get to it, you know, when it hit 1.0, like if it was gonna be like a case like me where it's gonna be.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so that's I'm glad, because that's a long time paying off. Finally,
it is, yeah, Satisfactory.
He gets
man.
to play his Satisfactory, and it lives up to the title.
I don't even know if I'm like halfway through my journey. It might even come up
crazy.
again next year or this year.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, huh?
But that does it.
Great. Well, look at that. Hey, it ended with some positive vibes finally.
Yeah, it did.
It took 7 hours, but here we are.
I don't really know how to conclude this one because we recorded this in quite a few chunks because we knew it was going to run long. Quite a few of these games we had never talked about before, which makes all the chats a bit longer. So I don't know.
I would say as a concluding thought, I feel better about games in 2025 after, partially because of this discussion, partially because of the Steam Deck, partially because there's some stuff out currently and coming soon that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play that. That's probably gonna be fun, you know.
I don't know if I feel more positive about games. It's hard to say.
Yeah,
they're such a mess, man. They're such a mess.
I would say more positive than the low point of last year. I would say, you know, not like 2017 positive.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah, it's like, hey, Split Fiction's in the back pocket. I look forward to playing that. Doom's coming out. I look forward to playing that. Like, there's actually a couple of games I look forward to playing, which last year it was basically just Astro Bot and then crossing my fingers that something else clicks with me. So
True.
You know, yeah, it'll be interesting, and I don't know what the rest of the year holds after July. Maybe the next time we do this, we'll have played GTA 6. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe.
I think my takeaway for the year is just acceptance that I'm just not someone who plays games as much anymore, and maybe it's because of my brain, but I think it's a mixture of the industry and my brain changing at the same time. And rather than maybe next year doing a 45-minute monologue where I complain about it, just accepting that it's okay. And I play less games. If I only have 3 games on my list next year, maybe it's just Split Fiction and Doom Dark Ages, whatever. Right. I'll just build another factory. Start again.
Yeah.
Acceptance.
Yeah. And I think it'll be interesting to see what shape this video takes next year for Best of 2025.
I'd say probably the same.
Yeah, I'm not
10
sure.
10 games sounds ambitious.
10 games, yeah, I agree. It still sounds ambitious, but I'm open for surprises. You know, hey, if let's just say this: if we get back to 10 games, a top 10 at some point, things are looking up. You know,
I would say
that's a positive.
Ironically, this format was a solution to being less interested in games, and I feel like we've talked about games more than ever, and maybe more games.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Us abandoning things like the tower and just the desire to talk more often about games has sort of helped enjoy them more in some capacity. Yeah. And then also
loosening the format and talking about stuff we played that wasn't released in 2024.
Yeah.
I like that.
And that's resulted in, as always, every year we're nah, this year bad, and then it's the longest episode, and then this year we were this is definitively the worst year since we've been doing this. Here's our longest discussion ever.
Yeah.
Except for the top 100, which was a 12-hour video, but that probably won't happen again.
Yeah. I think that concludes my thoughts, I guess.
Leave a comment if you liked video games in this year.
Yeah, do you still like games?
Yeah. If you do, why?
Apart from that, guys, I think that's the end. I can't tell. We've been talking for 4 hours, I think, across a week or so. Thanks for listening all the way to the end if you are still here. I think this was 4 hours, so...
I think this is the longest, non-top 100 video. Yeah, I think this is the longest video.
Yeah.
Which means it's 4 hours, yeah.
Let us know what you played this year, what your game of the year was. I know it's March, almost April, but we're still here to listen. And next year will probably be the same, a more loose and flexible chat, and personally, I think I'm enjoying the evolution of this.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like a degradation of the format, but I like it. It feels like a step forward, more flexible, more dynamic. Not just talking about games we liked, but, the whole industry as a whole and a whole year,
Yeah, it was good. It was nice. I enjoyed it. It was a long and varied discussion about video games, which we don't like doing anymore.
I know.
so there you go. So much hypocrisy in this video. Fucking end it.
11 years done. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good year. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Goodbye.